interview after that lit first. He came to Delhi. I don't know how many of them have accompanied him to Delhi. Generally, it will not happen because their Swapna, their dream has been shattered by that gentleman. Just like old men were taken to polling booth. After voting, they will not be taken back to home. They are quite sure that in the next election, he will not be alive. So in that way, Benokri has not been taken back to Delhi. There he addressed the media people and he mentioned about the history or stories. To poison a nation, poison its stories. Through the poisoned stories, the generations and the society and the whole nation will be demoralized. The demoralized nation and society will start speaking the demoralized stories to itself, and it will lead to the ultimate psychic destruction. So this has happened to Africa, this has happened to Nigeria. Specifically, I think it is happening, it has happened to you, and still it is going on. So you have to think. Your stories are being polluted, poisoned. Stories means everything. Narratives, history, education, everything. It has been polluted. With what was the end? What was the aim? To pollute, to poison, distract, ultimate destruction of our very psyche. So we have to be very much careful about that. We have to recreate, retell our own stories, and through which that linkage, once it was strengthened by Valmiki, once it was strengthened by Tunjat Ramanujan Ezhuthachan, once it was strengthened by Kambar, once it was strengthened by Tulasidasa, we have to recreate it, we have to retell it, hear it. It is to be popularized and speak out who we are. So through that only these type of efforts can be defeated.
Thank you, Nandakumarji. I know though there are two vice chancellors, there is one headmistress who is keeping a tab on the timing. Shefali, the curator, and I believe that India as a nation in the making, as popularized by Nehru and continued by the Nehruvian British and continued by Nehruvian socialist ideas. And India was never a nation, India can never be a nation, the popular communist idea. And still there is one idea that India has been an ancient Rashtra and that has been existing. All other civilizations got destroyed, we are living and still discussing about this cultural continuum, because despite all these efforts, we have something unique, that we are celebrating festival like this in the land which is saying that we have nothing to do with Sanatan. So I think that is a great success and the beginning of Chennai Lit Fest 4th edition. I thank Nandakumarji for giving a beautiful starting to this 4th edition and conversing with us. And thank you to organizers for allowing me to have this interaction. Thank you very much.
Please remain seated for a minute more, sir. Thank you so much for inaugurating Chennai Lit Fest 4 with the concept Akhand Bharat. This is the same land of poet Mahakavi Subramanya Bharati, who propagated the theory, and when he talked to the children in his poem to Odi Vilayadu Papa, he said, Sedamilla Hindusthanam adai Deivam endru kumbidadi Papa. So he also talked about the Akhand Bharat concept. How beautifully you've narrated the Akhand Bharat concept, taking references from Mahabharata, from the life of Lord Rama and Krishna, how they traverse from north to south and east to west, west to east, and so beautifully this land, the Akhand Bharat, as a concept. And even Mahabharata refers to the kings from 56 deshas who participate in Swayamvara and various other concepts that we see there. And wow, what a way to express the word Swa, the Swa in Swarajya. And I took a note from that. I'm very happy that my daughter is named Swaksha, Swa. And the confidence of the rule that has came in from 2014 and the abrogation of the Article 370, the judgment of Ram Janmabhoomi, and the recent Prana Pradishta of Rama temple in Ayodhya, and looking forward to UCC. All of us have that little butterfly in us. And the concept of Jambudvipa Prakadana from the Marudu brothers, this land has always been one, and that spirit still stays with us, that we are one nation, the Bharata. Thank you so much, sir, for such a beautiful concept. You referred to so many small little nuances from the nook and corner of India. Let me tell you one important thing that has taken place this morning in this land. I told you about the holy dip that happens on Masi Magam. Lord Madhava Perumal, who houses his temple in Mylapore, takes gift to the seashore to present it to his sister, Mundakani Amman. Mundakani Amman is placed very next to the temple of Madhava Perumal, and he takes gift for his sister, and presents it at the seashore. Such beautiful stories, and that's the oneness that we have in this land. May I now request Shri Bharat Gopu to honor our guests, the guest speakers. And I would like to thank our curator, Shefali Vaidya, for putting up this wonderful conversation to start the day here at the Akhand Bharat. Thank you, Sri Nandakumarji and Sri Praful Ketkaji, for this very thought-provoking session. This morning, the first session was supposed to be Sri Annamalai in conversation with Shefali Vaidya. And all of us know very well that the whole of last week, Sri Annamalai was in Chennai, and he had various meetings in the city of Chennai, and he is in the last leg of his Padayatra, En Man En Makkal, and he is kind of wrapping up with all his Padayatra to visits to the various assembly. Today, he is at Madurai. I still remember the last year's conversation in Chennai Lit Fest, Annamalai talking with Aravindan Neelakandan. And last year's concept was Mahakavi Subramanya Bharati, and we talked in length about the academics in the Bharatiya University and other stuff. And I have two requests to make. May I request the members of the audience who post the pictures from Chennai Lit Fest in the social media to use the hashtag Chennai Lit Fest. Please use a hashtag Chennai Lit Fest while you post. We now have a short tea break, and I request you to please come back and assemble in your respective seats. And when you come back, please use the door at the rear end. We would have started, or we will be starting. Opening this door at the front end is kind of disturbing for the people who are seated here. So we request you to use the door at the rear end. Now we can take a 10 minutes break for tea, and please come back and take your seats. houses a lot of stories, giving us room for a lot of imagination. To tell us about these stories, we have two eminent authors with us here. Ms. Ami Ghanatra, an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad, who is a yoga practitioner, a student of Sanskrit and Indian knowledge, who is an author, who writes on fictions based on scriptures, the Mahabharata Unraveled and Ramayana Unraveled, where she has other two most popular books brought out by her, where the most important stories of Ramayana and Mahabharata has been compiled. May we request you to come on to the dais, please. And in conversation with her, we have an eminent author, Sri Abhinav Agarwal from IIT Bombay. He's a co-founder of Crossbeats. He's a co-founder and CEO of SwiftLearn. And he has brought in his book, Vyasa's Mahabharata, which travels around the 67 Upakathas and in detail writes about all these Upakathas from Mahabharata. His another book, Predator and Prey, is also very popular. Writing the fiction is based on the true stories from the scripture is really a challenge. And we have the honor and privilege of having Sri Abhinav Agarwal with us. May we request you to join us on the dais. And with them in conversation is Sri Surya Sarathi Roy, who will be a moderator to converse with Abhinav Agarwal and Sri Ms. Ami Ghanatra. May I request Sri Surya Sarathi Roy to join us on the dais. And over to you, and we are all ears to listen to the stories from the scriptures.
So, Suprabhatam and Sadar Pranam to all in this audience. And what a enlightening session we had in the morning today by Nandakumar sir. So much of it is covered for Akhand Bharat. So I'm a cultural heritage person. I work with INTAC and ICOMOS and cultural heritage, which we know is very little actually. And let me quickly take 3-4 minutes to explain you what cultural heritage is all about. It comprises of many elements: the built heritage, the manuscripts, the coins, the natural heritage, the temples, forts, or even the skill sets of the artists or the skill sets of the dancers. Basically tangible and intangible heritage both. Now we are talking of Akhanda Bharat, and before we moving on to the scriptures and fictions, let me give you a little bit of insight into the impact of scriptures on cultural heritage from a different mindset, from an archaeologist's mindset, because my area is primarily archaeology and epigraphy. So in the early 1980s and early 1990s, when Professor Emeritus Dr. S.R. Rao, the father of marine archaeology in India, started working on the excavation of Dwarka. He primarily started, and why I'm sharing this you will understand now, he primarily started working on the excavation based on 4 of our scriptures. The Harivamsha, he referred to the Vishnu Parva of Harivamsha. Then of course Mahabharata, where he referred to the Sabha Parva and the Mausal Parva. Then he referred Vishnu Puran and the Srimad Bhagavatam. Why he did that? Because he wanted to narrow down on the exact locations before to start the excavations. So obviously he tried to identify the Mula Dwarka, the Bet Dwarka, and the shoreline of Bet Dwarka. And I don't know if anybody has gone through his works or not. It is one of my research areas, so I'll tell you 2 things from there. One, his final works, he mentioned that only Krishna's Dwarka, the tagline is missing. And why he said that, when you look at his works and findings, the archaeological findings, and I've been fortunate to visit some of the archaeological findings of Dr. Rao, and I want to share with all of you, if any of you ever visit Kurukshetra, please go and visit the Sri Krishna Panorama Museum. You have 4,000-year-old stone anchors, triangle-shaped stone anchors recovered by Dr. Rao from the Dwarka excavations, kept in that museum. And you should see it. 3000 BC, 3500 BC stone anchors. So coming back to the findings, why he said that? Because, what he discovered, the excavations, during the excavation, the walls, Dwarka means a walled city. It was built from the 12 yojan of reclaimed land, which was earlier known as Kusasthali. So the walls of Dwarka findings, the archaeological findings, exactly matched with the descriptions mentioned in Harivamsha and Mahabharata. The mechanized walls. Then he also found Harappan seals, which had animals imprinted on them. And these seals not only were found in Dwarka and Lothal, but right up to Kalinga. And that takes us to the maritime trade, which is also one of our cultural heritage. Maritime trade of Kalinga, maritime trade of the Cholas, and maritime trade on the western sector in Dwarka and Lothal, which were the key port cities. So these coins and the walled cities convey a lot of impact even today on archaeological excavations that are being carried out. They are one of the key reference points, is what I'm trying to say. It's just not about from a religious perspective, but even from an archaeological perspective as well. A similar methodology was adopted by Dr. B.B. Lal when he excavated the mounds of Hastinapur, Varnavrat and Draupadi Mound in Meerut area. Coming back to the, the Kalingan trade, which I was referring to, Kautilya's Arthashastra, I'm just trying to address it from an Akhanda Bharat perspective. Kautilya's Arthashastra clearly defines for the Mauryas, of course he wrote it for Chandragupta Maurya, but it clearly defines that what should be the process, policies, do's and don'ts, the golden rules of a maritime trade and maritime operations. And that is why the Mauryans had a complete monopoly in the eastern sector as long as they were there. And in that, he defines two things, which is even practiced today. How? One is, he defines the position of a Navadaksha, which is a minister for shipping. And we have a transportation ministry today even available, which acts as an apex body to all the transportation sector. Then he also defines the process on how shipping should be done. Shipping operations, maritime trade should be done by formation of a shipping guild, liner, cartel, and we have the shipping line cartels even today. So you see Akhanda Bharat, where the scriptures follow and how even today, knowingly or unknowingly, we are still following it today. The third point that I want to make is my findings, similarity from Kalingan maritime trade, the Chola maritime trade and the maritime trade of the western sector in Lothal and Dwarka, are the usage of a trained bird, which is called Disa Kaka. Disa means direction, Kaka means bird. A category of, a breed of specialized bird by the Cholas, by the Kalingans, and also by the Yadavas. This process or this technology of using these birds was available in the entire peninsula on the entire coastline of Bharat. And this is a very common practice which was there, And later on this was replicated to some extent by using pigeons for, sending messages and all that. So all in all, you see the similarities in terms of archaeological findings, epigraphic findings, processes, documents that integrate towards Akhanda Bharat. The third point that I would like to share with all of you is, if anybody of you have visited the Hathigumpha caves, Udaygiri caves in Bhubaneswar, it has the Hathigumpha inscription by the legendary Kalingan ruler Mahamegha Vahana Aira Kharavela. He was a Jain king who fought against the Nandas, and he speaks in the Hathigumpha inscription about the concept of Akhanda Bharat. The 13 years of his regnal reign, defines of the various activities, and there he mentions about the concept of Akhanda Bharat. So this is one, and lastly, in the interest of time, I will give you a fourth anecdote is from Brajmandal, Vrindavan, Mathura, Gokul. You see, from a scriptural perspective, everybody of you are aware of the parikramas that we do, right? Where did this parikrama come from? The earliest parikrama was in Brajmandal. And from Brajmandal, the concept of parikrama slowly percolated in different parts of India. That is the earliest parikrama which is found and mentioned in the Garga Samhita, in the Brahma Vaivarta Puran, in Harivamsha, and in Srimad Bhagavatam. The first parikrama typically was done by Uddhav Maharaj, the creator of Uddhav Gita, when he tries to do a circumambulation of the entire Brajmandal as per instruction of Krishna and the Gopikas to attain the Prema Bhakti. The second one, which is a part of the major resurrection of Vraj, was done by none other than the great grandson of Sri Krishna, Maharaj Vajranav, under the impetus, guidance and patronage of Maharaj Parikshit, guided by their Kulguru Maharshi Shandilya, when they were trying to resurrect the entire Vrajmandal. And that is the time when various Krishna deities were sculpted by Maharaj Vajranav himself. One of them is still alive, and you can see when you are there in Jaipur, Govind Dev Ji. So that's a 5,000-year-old deity. So with this, I will now get into our main topic of discussion. And my first question would be to Abhinav Ji. Abhinav Ji, we are talking of the fictions based on our scriptures. So my first question to you is, what exactly do we fictionalize? An event, a character, episode, or a particular battle? What is that we do over here?
Thank you, Suraji. Can I skip that question by saying it's an out-of-syllabus question? No, let's not do that. So, it's across ages, across generations and all. So that is why people want to write on these epics. Your question is, what do we fictionalize, right? Because if I'm just telling the same story, then what am I doing new? We already have the original epics to go to. So what is it that we fictionalize? You can fictionalize a character. You can create new characters. You can fictionalize an episode. And when it comes to fictionalizing characters, unfortunately, that is the easiest thing to do. Characters and episodes. And I'll touch upon a couple of controversial topics. For example, Draupadi, Yagnaseni, Panchali. At her Swayamvar, she rejects Karn because Karn is a Suta. What have you done here? You have fictionalized Draupadi. You have fictionalized an episode. You have misrepresented it. You have distorted it. To what end? Did that happen? No. If you read the Mahabharata, Karna actually steps up. He attempts to pierce the target according to the rules set by Dhrishtadyumna, and he fails. Just so we are clear, Karna took part in the Swayamvar and he failed. Draupadi never stopped him. Why do we then want to believe that Draupadi did something like that? Isn't it a disservice to Draupadi by making her, some sort of a person who indulges in discrimination? Why do we make a superhero out of Karna? Karna was no doubt a great character, but let us also be honest about his failings, his shortcomings. On the other hand, if you look at the Varnavat episode, that is such a fascinating episode, right? You have the makings of a conspiracy that, modern crime thrillers would be proud of. Can you create a story that is set around that event, that episode? Can you create new characters that are set in that universe? Today, that is called as world building. Lord of the Rings did that, and Game of Thrones did that. You create a full world, you create characters in it. Can you at least, as a writer, as a fiction writer, can you at least do that? Wouldn't that be a better use of your originality, of your talents, rather than taking the easy way out by saying, okay, Karn was a hero, Arjun was a villain, Bhishma did something bad to Shakuni. That's why Shakuni had this lifelong, thirst for revenge. Isn't that taking the easy way out? Okay, I will imagine, I won't read the Mahabharata, I will imagine characters according to my own prejudices. I will project my own insecurities, my own feelings of whatever you might call them, inadequacy, and project them onto the characters of the Mahabharata. Isn't that a disservice? Can you at least be honest about it by saying that, this is not in the Mahabharata. In the Mahabharata, Karn actually runs away from battle. Not once, but several times. But I like Karn, so I'm imagining Karn to be a hero. Authors don't write that. So what do you fictionalize? One last example is when you have Shakuntala, which is actually the very first Upakhyan of the Mahabharata. What happens when Shakuntala goes to Dushyant and says that this is your son Sarvadaman, or as he came to be known as Bharat? Recognize him, adopt him, and make him the crown prince, and Dushyant refuses. Now, according to the Kalidas version, it's a very docile Shakuntala who goes to Dushyant's court, and it is the contrivance of that ring that actually causes Dushyant to recognize Shakuntala. That was Kalidas's creative interpretation. But what does the original Mahabharata tell us? Shakuntala was a fiery woman. I mean, here is a person who is Vishwamitra's daughter. Now, you can say anything about Vishwamitra, but he was not a docile sage. And his daughter, you are saying, is going to be that meek, submissive woman. No, the Mahabharata tells us when Dushyant says, I don't recognize you, and he says, whoever can come and claim to be my wife and present her child as my son, who are you, woman? Shakuntala basically tells him, who are you to talk to me like this? If you want to compare status, this is what Shakuntala says. My status is like that of a mountain. You are like a bilwa seed in front of me. And if we do these kinds of misinterpretations by projecting characters the way they were not, we also do a disservice to our entire faith and culture. Women in India always had a lot of agency, independence, and we somehow we distort them to conform to Western stereotypes of what women are supposed to be. We are indulging in the worst form of colonialism. We are doing the colonials' job better than they could. I don't know if that answers your question. I went off on a rant, but I thought I was in Arnab's studio for a minute, so I could.
Okay. So, Ami, coming to you, your books on Ramayana and Mahabharata is now across everywhere. And you have covered the length and breadth of Akhanda Bharat also, in that sense. My question around this is a very unique one. Sri Rama, during his exile, traveled pan-India before he reached to Samudra Mandham. Similarly, the Pandavas during their exile traveled all across India, and today various folklore legends, temples, deities speak of their presence pan-India, Just a small example, in Puri's Jagannath temple, the presiding deity or the protector of the treasury is Sri Loknath Mahadev. Loknath is the embodiment of Bhimsen, and Loknath was actually consecrated by Sri Rama when he was on his exile. He went to the Sabarpalli, did not find a lingam. The local Sabars, the tribals, gave him a loki, bottle gourd. From there he built a lingam, which came to be known as Lokinath, and over time it became Loknath. So there are so many of that. Now, all across this, how do you see the Aryan-Dravidian divide that has been pushed into the narratives for years together now, and we are kind of trying to project and share the Akhand Bharat with all those references from across all corners? How do you see it developing, and how you can address this?
Namaste, Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Jai Shri Ram.
Ab thoda sa lag raha hai. There should be some energy while we are talking about these topics, right? So first of all, thank you so much, Chennai Lit Fest, for having me here. Thank you so much, Suryada. And always a pleasure to be here with my senior Abhinav ji. One correction, before I give the answer, one correction I want to do to the introduction that is made. I do not write fiction. In fact, what I do is debunk fiction. So the books I have written are, at least I like to claim it, I've tried to keep my assessments to minimum and state or share what Ved Vyas ji or Valmiki ji would have said. Now, not to say to look down upon fiction, because I think fiction has its place and it's very, very important. I don't think I have the caliber to write fiction. I think that also requires some real talent. I probably don't have that. So not looking down upon fiction. You mentioned something very interesting, Suryada, that there are so many stories around the epics themselves, right? So many temples find their origins to some story in Ramayana Mahabharata. And you asked Abhinav a very important question: what do you fictionalize? Now, interestingly, a lot of these stories about temples, about connections, vagere, vagere, actually don't exist in Mahabharata or Ramayana, Ved Vyas ji's Mahabharata or Valmiki ji's Ramayana. Then how do we make sense of this? In fact, in the talk before this, Nanda Kumar ji said something very interesting. He said that Rukmini ji was actually from Arunachal, whereas people in Maharashtra think she's from Vidarbha. She can't be from everywhere and anywhere, right? Similarly, you have Hidimba temple in the northeast, but you also have Hidimba temple in Himachal. And they all think, ye to hamari hai, she is coming from here. How do we make sense of this? Which means something is true, something is not, right? Now, does that mean that we discard all that is wrong? Actually, no. There is a beauty in the way Indian Sahitya has evolved over time, right? And the connections, be it in Valmiki Ramayana, be it not be in Ved Vyas ji's Mahabharata, doesn't matter. The connections actually tell us that the epics, Mahabharata and Ramayana, which are our itihas, very much our itihas, the way they have bound Bharat Varsha together, that everybody wants to be a part of it. Unlike today, when certain parts say, no, no, we are not your Aryans, yeah, we are somebody else, right? Today, we are becoming more reductive. We are trying to break away from that narrative. Whereas then, the narrative was to associate yourself with those stories, right? And get legitimacy for whatever stories you have. Now, all these stories had a lot of bhava, shraddha in them. The idea was not to break. The idea was to make and keep together. Should such creative liberty be allowed? Absolutely, right? I'll give you another example. The Kevat Prasanga does not come in Valmiki ji's Ramayana, but it comes in Tulsidas ji's, and it is a beautiful prasanga, right? It shows how much inclusive a Raja Sriram was. It is a story that connects, it doesn't break. Those stories are also important. Fictionalizing some of them is perfectly okay. But then where does it get tricky? Lot of examples Abhinav ji already gave, the Draupadi example, the Karna example, and maybe we'll talk about it later. But also to tell you, this is not a current thing, huh? Lot of you must have heard that shloka. Suto va suta putro va yova kova bhavamiham devayatan janmakule madayatam tu paurusham. And every time people talk about Karna, they'll also chant the shloka. He's saying, let me be Suta, let me be a Sutaputra. How does it matter? It is not in my hands. The Bhagwan decides the Kula, but it is my Paurusham, it is my Parakram that decides who I am, right? And we get super charged up by these things. Now, this is not a recent shloka. No, no, no. It goes back 2000 years. Written in a play by Bana Bhatta Narayanji in Veni Samharam. So this creative liberty have happened then also. right? It has happened then also. Of course, the idea even in those would be little bit of creative liberty, which does not really change the character of the person themselves. But this has happened. We have allowed creative liberty. But where does it get tricky? When people start thinking that is the truth. There is a beautiful book, actually very beautifully written, and I know that a lot of dancers have used that story from fictionalized story of Ramayana to talk about Sita, or to talk about the women. And they show a prasanga where Shurpanakha and Sitama, they are sitting together. Okay. And both of them are sharing their pain. Now, this is actually a beautiful conceptualization of how women bond, how they share their issues. But you know where it gets tricky? You know who they are bitching about? Who they are bitching about? What do you think? Who should they ideally be bitching about? Shurpanakha's husband was killed by Ravan. Yeah? Shurpanakha was made widow by Ravan. The whole problem of Shurpanakha was because her husband was killed. She is the one who lies to Ravan, saying that the Sita is very beautiful. She is worthy of your wife. Tava bharya anurupa. So go get her. Yeah? She is not saying this is for my nose and ears. You are my brother. Take my revenge. No, 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 no. She is gaming Ravan. Why? Because she knows how lusty he is. Right? But instead of him, these two ladies are bitching about Shriram. Imagine. Now, yes, you could have taken a creative liberty here. You could have made those two girls, women, express their pain. But not in a way like, why were the ears and nose of Shurpanakha cut to begin with? Because she tried to attack Sitama. Right? She tried to kill her. And now imagine Sitama, and they are cribbing, arere, see, Shurpanakha is saying, see what your husband did to me, see he also left you, and Sitama is bewkoof kya, she doesn't understand that he saved me. But these things become so popular, and we love victimhood. What is wrong with us women? We love to be victimized. Bhad, 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 asus will come, and we will like, wah, 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 kya likha hai, I see myself in her, all that will happen. Yeah. Now, this is how we are gamed, using our own epics, and the narratives are changed. Now, coming back to your question, yeah, because this is all sort of tied together. What kind of fiction can be great and allowed, and where is it where we as readers need to be very, very aware? There's a fiction written about Ramayana, and they say Ramayana is no more about Dharma Yuddha. No, no. It is about an Aryan Ram coming and defeating a Dravidian Ravan. And so, people here start thinking, no, our man is Ravan. Yeah, our man is Ravan. We are all his santati. Arey Baba, let's go back to what Valmiki ji has said about Arya Dravida. Let us see what he has said about Arya. To begin with, who is the father of Ravan? Vishrashrava. Rishi Vishrashrava. He is a Brahman Putra. That Valmiki ji doesn't say, so I will not make that but yeah, that is also one of the theories, right? Valmiki ji doesn't say where he was born. But the point is, he is a Brahman Putra, and the word Arya comes multiple times in Valmiki Ramayana, multiple times. Anarya also comes multiple times. Yeah? How and where does it come? I'll show you, I'll tell you. So, Kaushalya Ma is called Arya. Kekai is called Anarya, Arya both, but also Anarya. Why? Because she makes such, outrageous demands of Ramasya Aranyagamanam, Bharatasya Abhishechanam, and all that she says. So she is called Anarya. Vali is called Arya by Mandodari. Sugriv is called Arya. When the Vanar Sena is running away because of Kumbhakaran's, they are scared of Kumbhakaran, Angad is telling them, don't be Anarya and run away. What will your family think of you? Stand here and fight. So Angad is also telling that Anaryas are the one who would run away, right? Mandodari is calling Ravan Arya. Ravan is calling Vibhishan Anarya. Why? Because Vibhishan is telling him what you're doing is wrong. Now so what does Ravan think of himself? He thinks of himself as an Arya only, right? So what does it tell us? One, Arya in our usage, parampara ke anusar, was never a racial shabda. It was not a race suchak shabda. But even if you imagine it to be a race suchak shabda, Sri Ram and Ravan consider themselves from the same race. Now, why is it that something that is so obviously given in our itihas is lost to? She talks about her role as the wife, so how she took care of their other wives, children, Kunti Ma, how she ensured that the Pandavas could always finish their Nitya Karma and all of that. Then she talks about her responsibilities for the Rajya and the Raj Mahal. There she says that we used to have lots of guests, like in lakhs, who would come to eat. And to serve those lakhs of guests, there were lakhs of servants, there were lakhs of thousands of maids and helpers. I knew all of them by name, she says. And I knew krita kritam, what was done, what was not done, what was pending, was not done, what was pending, what was not pending. I knew if everybody had eaten, not eaten, but I also knew if the helpers and the maids had eaten or not eaten. I would wake up before everybody, I would sleep after everybody. So she says all of this, and I can keep talking about it, but two things I have to say. At one point, she says, Sarva Ragnyam Samudayam Ayam cha Vyayameva cha Aham Eka Aham Vedmi. Sarva Ragnyam Samudayam. The finances, the income of the entire Rajya. Ayam Vyayameva cha. What came and what went away, income and expenditure. Eka Aham Vedmi. I was the only one who knew it. I had complete transparency and insight into what we earned in Indraprastha, what was the expenditure. Then she says, Adrishyam Varunasyeva Nidhi Purnam Mahadudhim. So Nidhi is treasury. So she says, the treasury of Indraprastha, how was it? She's like, it was vast, like the ocean. Like the ocean has lots of ratnas. That's how our treasury was. Eka aham vedmi kosham. She says, I was the only one who knew what the treasury was. She says, if Yudhishthir had to go on a yatra, lakhs of ghodas and hathis and everything would go, lakhs of rathas would go. He would take with him lots of gifts. I was the one who managed all of this. Now imagine what kind of trust the Pandavas had on her, that she had complete insight into finances, which the even brothers did not have. And when will that kind of trust come? When she has proven her capabilities, when she has shown that she's trained enough and she can take care of that, right? That was Draupadi. And I say that all the time. She was almost like the CFO and COO of Indraprastha. And we think of her only as Vastraharan. Imagine. I'll say one last thing about Draupadi, because I think that prasanga is very rarely spoken about. In the end, all her sons get killed because of Ashwatthama. Ashwatthama goes. The sons are alive. This happens after the war has ended, right? The 5 sons get killed. And she's obviously upset and angry. And she says, I want revenge. So the brothers go, Bhim go, they all go, and they basically get the money out of Ashwatthama's head. We know all that. After they come back, she sees the money and she's quiet. And Bhim tells her, see, he's our guru's son, so we didn't kill him. Draupadi says, I completely understand. He is your guru's son. The way he's respectable to you, he's respectable to me. My sons deserved a revenge. They have gotten their revenge. Now I don't ask for anything more. The criminal has been punished. That makes me happy. I don't want anything more. And the lady goes back to resuming her task at the Maharani of Indraprastha once again, in spite of all her own pain. This is the grace and character of Draupadi. Do you even need fiction to appreciate this character? In fact, I think she's a role model for all women that we have here today. Yeah. So, thank you.
So with this, we'll open up the session. Only one question with the time that we have left. Any questions from the audience? Most welcome. I think Mr. Agarwal has a question. Can someone, a person from there?
You may have to come to the podium to ask your question.
Okay, I'll just help.
This is regarding fictionalization you told, but this is a creativity. The essence should not be changed. We have that thing, this right which is being given in Sanatan, that we can interpret the way we want. We can have multiple viewpoints. But this creative freedom,
what is the type, why this narrative is not being taken across the spectrum. We do not need to change the essence. And this is,
and the interpretation, the creative interpretation is available in Sanatan, which is not available in an Abrahamic religion. That is the blasphemous in that. So the fear psychosis has been created. The individual liberty of freedom in expression is available in Sanatan. I don't see that narrative actually going across. We need to create a yardstick rather than, we have to portray our narrative, our viewpoint, rather than speaking against Abrahamic religion or something like that. But we need to say that blasphemy is actually, the people have glamorized it like anything, the Western narrative. The individual creativity and freedom of expression is there. It comes with a responsibility. I totally agree with you, ma'am. The essence is
So if you see Gita Press Valmiki Ramayana, if you see Bibek Debraji's translation and many other critical ones, Shambhukwat does exist in those versions. There are two schools of thoughts here. Some who will say Uttarkand, because Shambhukwat comes in Uttarkand, is not a part of Ramayana at all. It is Prakshipta. Okay, so if that is not a part of Ramayana at all, then Shambhukwat didn't happen. But there are traditional schools, because there are commentaries written on Shambhukwat, which say, no, this very much happened. Now the thing is this, is Shambhukwat, when people get super defensive about it, I would say, do we understand what has actually happened? Or are we just listening to that we are being told that it is Jativadi? Yeah? Or is there something more to it? So because we don't have time, I'll not get into the story per se. But what I've done in Ramayana Unraveled in my book is that I have put it as an epilogue. And I've tried to explain with multiple examples from Ramayana that even if we assume Shambhukwat is true, we really don't have to be defensive about it. It is actually Sri Ram upholding dharma and nothing at all. It is basically that. So sometimes we get defensive over something just because we don't know it. If we read the Itihas for what it is, we'll realize that it's not something we need to worry about.
So I think, okay, last question. Just make it short. No.
For the next program, we
so-
have kindly excuses.
You can take it off.
Thank you so much, the panelists, for giving us a beautiful insight into the scriptures and the stories and fictions around the scriptures. May I now request Sri Bharat Gopu to come and honor the guests here. And there was a wonderful way of putting across Shakuntala's bright, brilliant character and the explanation of Arya and Anarya. And to the women here, there was a beautiful message here. We were once ruling and we must miss the bus and better not miss it one more time and get on to it. May I request the organizers to come and honor the guests, please? They're coming.
If anyone is interested in an offline discussion, there is a
the Dravidians portrait Rama is a Kshatriya, so the contrast picture, that is what the people of Tamil Nadu believe in it, even though politically there is a different narrative to that. Thank you so much for traveling through the stories based on the scriptures. And now we move on to a session with the academicians. We have named it as VC session. May I request Dr. Shanti Shri Dhulipudi Pandit, VC of JNU, and Ujjwala Chakradeo, VC of SNDT Women's University, to come on to the dais. And in conversation with them is our own Shefali Vaidya here.
Namaskar. So this isn't so much in conversation, actually. This is such a power-packed panel to begin with two of the most accomplished academicians of the country here. So I am not going to stand between them and you for a long time. I'm just going to introduce the topic. The topic is Ek Bharat, Shreshth Bharat. How do we take education from here? And I'm sure that both these learned personalities have lots to say about this. The only thing is, because we are running short of time and we are trying to stay as close to the timetable as possible, they don't have as much time as I would like them to have. So I'm going to keep my interaction to the minimum, and I would request Shanti Shri Pandit ji, the Vice Chancellor of JNU, to put forth her opening statement.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். சென்னை இஸ் மை சிட்டி. நான் இங்கே வளர்ந்தேன் சென்னை 28 மந்தவள்ளியில். ஸோ படித்தது ரோஸ்ரி மெட்ரிக் ஸ்கூல், பிரசிடென்சி காலேஜ், இல்லைன்னா மாநில கல்லூரி. ஐ எம் ஆல்சோ த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் உமன் அண்ட் ஆல்பனஸ் வைஸ் சான்சலர் ஆஃப் ஜேஎன்யூ. ஸோ தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து போன பெண்ணு தான். அண்ட் வி ஆர் சேஞ்சிங் ஜேஎன்யூ. We have brought in JNU multiple narratives. உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் that we have renamed our think tank from Jawaharlal Nehru to Vidyaranya Institute of Knowledge and Advanced Studies. It is being on 29th, the Sringeri Mata Shankaracharya has blessed the statue of Vidyaranya, which has already come into JNU. With it, we also have Tiruvalluvar and Lord Nataraja. So that is Vikasit Bharat. Lord north-south were divided. And all of you know in Purananur, also, which is older, Sangam literature, you have the mention of Rama and Sita. So my question is, how are we alienating this? And I think this is basically a colonial project or the project of the invaders. And this is very important. And basically this began with the Aryan invasion theory constructed by the colonials, especially Max Muller. Max Muller did it in the 1800s for the benefit of the colonials. And this was done by Alexander Campbell. And for Tamil Nadu, it was Bishop Robert Cardwell, who wrote the Dravidian grammar. It is in that book he put in the seed of the so-called Aryan-Dravidian divide, which is again goes against the racial theory. Sarvepalli, the Radhakrishnan said, we are a mixed race. See, many of us, do we even look South Indian? When I studied in JNU as a student, many people thought I was a Punjabi Jat. Because they said, you don't look like a South Indian at all. So we are a mixed race. So this theory, and even that the Brahmins are Sanskritized and they have come from outside. This is also again a myth. Why? The Raki Gargi excavation that was done in Haryana proves by carbon dating that we are a civilization that is 8,000 years old. So even the Europeans were picking up stones at that time. How can they come and civilize you and me? We civilized them. If you know, we were an outward-looking civilization. Same with the Cholas. We did not normalize loot, plunder and rape. And in history, you cannot normalize it. Whereas the Cholas did it by trade and commerce. The proto-states, the whole of Southeast Asia was done by the Tamil kingdoms. You don't have this type of plunder. So if you see clearly this whole myth, it is brought out very well in the book by a famous historian called Airavatam Mahadevan. He wrote, and his student K. Balakrishnan, who is a civil servant, wrote, please read it, a very good book called Indus to Vaigai. There is, if you see the Kiladi inscription, the Tamil Brahmi script is very close to the Indus Valley script. So where is the division? So you break, and even this issue of caste, it is not Varna and Jati. So first they demonize the Brahmins, and then they demonize the Hindus or the Hindu culture or the Hindu phobia. So I call it cancel culture. Before the wokes and the left discovered it, I think our people were smarter. And I would only add saying that the idea of Kumari Kandam, the sacred geography, our connections up till Japan, the similarity between Japanese and Tamil. And hence this whole issue of or even see Shiva, who is the presiding deity of not only in Kashmir, but also in Tamil Nadu. Chidambaram is taken as the center of the universe, especially for, and if you read Unmai Velakam, verse number 36, it tells us that creation arises from the drum. Protection proceeds from the hand of hope. From the fire proceeds destruction. From the foot afloat gives release. It will be observed that the fourth hand points to this lifted foot, the refuge of the soil. I would tell many of you, please read Ananda K. Kumaraswamy's brilliant essay called The Dance of Shiva. And this greatly inspires. Now I would only try to finish up, because she has given me very little time, that one, we are the feminist civilization of the world. Draupadi is the first feminist, not Simone de Beauvoir. Sita, the first single mother. Kannagi, the first citizen activist. We are also the first nature-centric civilization, Panchabhutas. Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, you have the lingams named after the Panchabhutas. The Western people need not come and teach us on environment. And even on LGBT, Shikandi. So we are a very, very modern, so this whole idea of the modernization project does not work for us. We were much modern before even, tradition, modernity divide that the West brings in. Second is decolonize the Hindu mind. Please do not think that we are inferior. And we have the Nehruvian state cancel culture. We need to bring back people like Sri Aurobindo, who got his enlightenment in Puducherry. And Swami Vivekananda also. We have in Chennai or even in Kanyakumari. And Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan. I would say please read The Hindu Way of Life. This is extraordinarily important, and I think that if Vikasit Bharat, Ek Bharat, the universities, especially like JNU, which is India's topmost university, the most important is narrative power. We have achieved political power, but if you want to sustain political power, it is only narrative power. And narrative power is what? So please write, not only as Dandakumar ji say, talk, please talk, but also please write. University teachers, give research projects to your students on these gaps in history, which are huge. And let us bring back the factual history back, not the interpretative history. Because the interpretative history follows Goebbels. See, one thing, Hitler was intelligent, don't think he's an idiot. Joseph Goebbels said, tell a lie and repeat it 10 times, it becomes the gospel truth. That is what the JNU group of historians have done it. And we are trying to de-school everybody, and I hope we have succeeded and we are succeeding, but it's a long process. And each one of you need to be a part of it. And hence in JNU also we are changing the way we are doing research as well as this. So far last 2 years there's Shanti. We hope we'll get into prosperity phase as well. Thank you all, thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that very short but very, very impactful speech. And I'm glad you talked about the fakeness of the North-South narrative. For the life of me, I don't understand how Dravida, which was simply a word to describe geographically the location of the Indian peninsula, it means it is surrounded by Drava, liquid, on all three sides. So anybody who lives in this peninsula is Dravida. So how did the geographical term became associated with the identity politics is actually a subject of great study, and how it's been distorted. Yes, how it's been distorted and made into a racial term. But that's but I have a theory about this, and that relates to Dr. Chakradev's topic actually. I think our decline started when we reduced our temples to just places of worship. They never were. They were institutions in itself. They were institutions of education, commerce, arts and crafts, Sangeeta, Kala, everything. And I would like Dr. Chakradev to talk about it. What roles did temples play, and what roles can the temples play in the idea of Ek Bharat, Shrestha Bharat in terms of education?
Very good afternoon. Thank you for that. Briefly, I'll tell you, I'm an architect looking at temples through architecture perspective. That is what I learned in my education. And when I was learning, and then afterwards I became teacher of architecture, and then I was teaching history of architecture. When I was teaching history of architecture, I became slightly, I was disturbed to the core. And I started looking at things from their perspective when Ferguson in his book says, this is by accident that Kailasha temple, such a beautiful temple, came up there. Then he also says that the books which he wrote down became the gospel for us. We we architects were looking at his books, and all other books which were written down were based on Ferguson. And then Percy Brown came, which was a textbook for us. And beyond that, Satish Grover and other very few Indians who wrote history of architecture had those books with them. And accidentally, one accident, second accident, third accident, and we have the all beautiful temples scattered all around us. Then Claude Batley, who became the first head of the department of J.J. College of Architecture, he says that, yeah, there are very good pieces of architecture around, and people have not realized it. Indians don't know about it. Let me do the documentation of these. And then when I do the documentation of these structures, I'll give the scholarship of 1,000 rupees. And he became a very great person of conservation of the Indian architecture. Yet at that point of time, the narrative that came up was, yet there is so much of distortion all over. There is no similarity and no order as it was there in the Roman architecture, because Roman architecture is what we were studying, and we cannot define the order. He didn't realize there's a diversity within us. And this diversity is the character, as was very rightly said by Nanda Kumarji in his first lecture, that we cannot have the history similar to theirs. Likewise, we do not have the description of our architecture as theirs. We do not have the ancient architecture and the middle architecture and the recent architecture. Architecture is a mirror of the society, and similarly, the way we were, the architecture was diverse. There's a diversity in entire India, and this diversity, when we look at it, is reflected through architecture, through our temples as well. And we have though there is a continuity, we have a diversity in the expression of these temples from north to south and from east to west. All temples are temples, yet all of them are so different, so beautiful. These gems, which are scattered all around us, are the mirrors, are showcasing the thought processes and the technology which was prevailing at that point of time in our Bharat. Unity in diversity is what has been told to us all these years. Do we really want to say that it is unity in diversity or diversity in unity? So diversity in unity, if we say, then we consider our Bharat as one human body. And then we say my finger and my head and my legs and other things. But when we say unity in diversity, the leg is a different entity, eye is a different entity, and we're trying to pull them together and put them here. So if we have this complete change in our lookout, in our viewpoint, in our standpoint, only then we will be able to look at our Bharat in the real sense. Is through education it can happen, and education is a tool to change the society. Yes, we need to believe this, and we can make changes through that. We have been always studying that history of Bharat is more than 5,000 years old. We needed people like Michael Denodo to come here, British to say that, no, there's something more to it. The river Saraswati, though it is hidden in Prayag, we have been saying Triveni Sangam, but we do teach in history of architecture also, and in many histories, that our history started with in 2,500 or 5,000 years ago from now by Indus Valley civilization. Where has Saraswati civilization gone? Why have not been the research done, so much of research done by so many of, even in Pune, Vakankar organization and Bhandarkar organization, they are doing the research on Saraswati river. And what was that Saraswati river? And why on her banks the civilization which developed led to Indus Valley civilization, the merging of the two civilizations, the flow of the river Saraswati will show us the expanse of the entire civilization of Bharat. And on her banks, we flourished. We flourished, and there are the best example with the remain small part of that existence is in the form of Sharada Peeth temple, which is now in Pakistan. Yet it's a example, best example, remaining example of architecture of temple university. We know about Takshashila, we know about Nalanda, but we hardly talk about Sharada Peeth. Sharada Peeth was full of all those treasures of the knowledge and the literature. How many years ago? We just don't know. It was a university in itself, and it was a temple. So what you rightly said, Shefali, temples were not just the places of worship. They were the places of worship of almost everything that the human race or human being should revere to or should do puja of. And this is the best and the oldest example remaining probably is that of the Sharda Peeth there. Then we have here Sringeri Peeth also. The library of Sringeri Peeth and the library of Sharda Peeth, if we compare, are the best examples where the education and temples were the same places. Who else would then you all know about how the Tanjore temple and the dance performances and learning the dance art. So dancing, music, and also the sculpture and art forms and the entire facade of the temple, which is so beautifully designed. That entire thing is a part of an education for we Indians or we Bharatiya, and right from those days till here. So every person in the society had to go to the temple for some reason or the other. And recently we have been saying that those are the temples and we are here in the society. So the entire formal education has been devoid of the spirituality because we have kept temples away from our entire life and some of us try to go to the temple only for some part of our day, maybe once in a week or maybe sometimes at the time of a festival. Sometimes, yes. So myself and my husband, we have made it a point that on every Saturday we will go to Hanuman Mandir and pray there. And for many years we have been doing that. Because unless we decide the day for us, see, there is a liberty given by our culture to us. We don't have to go on every Friday, but we can go on any day in the temple. So we make a rule for ourselves and we go there. So that's how probably the diversity which has been given and the flexibility which has been given to us by our culture can be reinterpreted by us in this manner. Then there is these temples which were the places for every social activity were also the places of education for us. And one example, my recent experience I would like to share with you all, how the continuity in the culture can happen through these structures, is I went to Kolhapur where I had studied in my 11th and 12th standard. And after that, after 45 years, I visited recently last month. And I was looking for my house, my place where I lived. And everything had changed and I could not even make out anything about my house also. But then I went to Kolhapur Amba Devi Mandir. And then I could relate everything. Because the mandir remained as it was. So those are the stable parts of our society. They are continuing there. The stability to the society, there has to be some focal point. These temples are the ones which are there. Who built them? And why should we know about these temples? We need, and what is the connection with the education is what I am trying to put forward in a little given time with me. It's a vast subject and I don't know how to squeeze it down. But however, the formal education which my generation has taken, and even yours, everybody in this hall, is all about intellect, how intelligent you are, and how you can show your intelligence. But we as a human being are not just intellect, we are emotional also, and spirituality relates to emotions. So the education which actually was a part of a spirituality has been devoid of the spirituality, has been not been there. If the education happens in these temples, probably the spirituality can be brought back. And with that, the same curriculum can be taught in a very different way. National education policy talks about the multidisciplinary education. And when we talk about multidisciplinary education, at that point of time, a just thought came to me, and I talked to the President of Council of Architecture, that if you identify 10 such architects, gurus, who are gurus, and you give 5 students or 10 students to them, and they teach them the way they want to. Maybe they teach them in a temple also. And they sit there and they teach them, and then at the end of some years, they say these are the objectives they have achieved, so you should be able to give them the degree or the license of architecture. Similar thing could happen to any subject, probably. But Vastu, which is a theory of architecture, which was never taught to us in our 5 years of curriculum. So there is a need to change the entire curricula of architecture. And we were taught climatology. India is a diverse country, and in this diversity, the reflection of climate is seen on architecture. Am I? Okay. I'll come to that. So this diversity of architecture which we see is reflected through architecture. Climate is seen through architecture, and that's why we have diverse architecture from north, south, east, west, and that's reflected in the expression of our temples also. These temples were, only one last point, 2 minutes. There are many things flooding in my mind, but I'll restrict myself to one point, that climatology is just one small part. Vastu Shastra, Sthapati, and his entire study is inbuilt with the spirituality. That spirituality should come to education. One last controversial example. I am also a town planner, and I believe in the archaeological and conservation systems, which I have learned. In my student is sitting there, she knows about conservation, and this conservation concept is so contrary to the Jirnodhar concept, which is what was shown to us by our Prime Minister Modi ji, that Jirnodhar does not mean conserving the monument as it is. Unless there is an idol in the temple, we do not make a monument a temple. So we are not conserving the monuments, we want to restore the temples. So to restore the temples, Jirnodhar concept given in our agamas should be followed by us, and there are many things in our architecture which we need to study and express through our curriculum, education, and we need to revive those right from the school days to the general education and specifically to architecture education. Thank you so much. I might not have been very clear, I understand, but there are many thoughts coming up, that's why.
Thank you so much, and I'm really sorry that I had to cut short this session, but in the evening we have the governor's address, and since that is very, very strictly mandated that it should start and end on time, we have to work backwards. I cannot take any questions now because the next section is there and the speakers are already in the auditorium, but I am sure that both these learned academicians will be there. Yeah. That is actually a very, very good suggestion. But if you have any questions, I am sure that post this session, and we'll be breaking for lunch, you can always speak to the speakers. Thank you so much for being such patient listeners, and thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for...
Thank you so much for this wonderful session. I request Shefali Vedya to honor our panelists here. May I request you to honor Ujjwala Chakradiyo, Dr. Ujjwala Chakradiyo, and Dr. Shanti Shri Bulupudi. Thank you so much, ma'am. That was an insight into what is in store for us from the great academic institutions. And now we have yet another story, and the storytellers are going to walk us through war stories. Before lunch, it's going to be exciting to listen to the war stories, and may I now request Major Manik M. Jolly, founder CEO of GRID, Grassroots Rural Innovative Development, a consultant, speaker, and trainer with UNIFC, World Bank, and Renewable Energy here with us, twice decorated military veteran here with us. And may I invite Shiv Arur, journalist and writer, editor and anchor of India Today, a defense correspondent who has been in the field and reported from Kashmir, Sri Lanka, and Libya here with us. May I now request Major Madan Kumar, an engineering grad from Madras University, a postgraduate from XLRI Jamshedpur, a researcher, geopolitics and strategic advisor, and he is the founder of a voluntary organization, Dream and Guidance, will now walk us through the war stories. Over to you, gentlemen.
Jai Hind, everyone. And it's been can we say a little louder? Jai Hind, everyone. Thank you. Okay, now we have the two great personalities. A true war correspondent who has been on ground in various conflict reporting. We hardly have very few journals in India doing that. And a very reputed journalist, a staunch nationalist. I have seen him for the years so far. And a journalist who doesn't give away our gun locations. Okay. Okay. And here's my senior, and I have a lot to speak about him. We'll definitely speak about it. Infantarian, a Gorkha by his blood, spent very valuable time in military intelligence, a pioneer in setting up cyber security or cyber cell in the Indian Army. He was a founder member. Have played a very active role in counterterrorism operation in earlier days of it. It was very tough. What you see today is something different. Has been awarded with Sena Medal, one of the highest gallantry award. From there, he transitioned into corporate, has been a pioneer, a person in solar. He has represented India in various global forums, and he is a key pivotal person whom I would say in changing the rural India. You can visit his LinkedIn profile, you can read about him. A lot he has done, time is short. So now I'll initiate this discussion with a question to both of my panelists. War reporting or war stories, how do we rate ourselves when we compare to movies like Saving Private Ryan, or I would say Hollywood as a benchmark? Over to you, Shiv.
Thank you very much, Major, and privileged to be on this stage, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. The question you ask is a broad one. It's a difficult one, but I will try and answer it because I actually happen to have some experience in all three of the things that you just mentioned. I don't think India has made a movie yet like Saving Private Ryan. But that I don't think that is the fault of India, because we are equally a war-fighting country. This is a country that has fought 6 major wars. This is a country that famously, and Major Manik will, I'm sure, tell you more about it, doesn't really know the word peacetime. You know, in this country we have gallantry awards that are given away on Republic Day and Independence Day. And many of those awards are peacetime awards, which has always struck the military as weird because there is no peacetime for most of the military. We are constantly in a state of conflict because of our 2 wonderful neighbors. So this is a country that's constantly on its feet, militarily speaking. I've had the privilege of starting as a defense correspondent very young, so I had a chance to cover many conflicts and wars from Sri Lanka to Libya. Last year I spent a month and a half in Israel and Palestine reporting on the conflicts there. Since you mentioned war stories, I'm the author of a series of books called India's Most Fearless, which are basically first-hand accounts of recent military operations. One of the reasons why I decided to write these books is because, and by the way, Chennai is my city. I grew up here, I was born here. This very much is still home for me, even though I've lived many more years outside Chennai. So I feel very much at home here. And I can tell you that growing up in Chennai on Independence Day, thank you, and Republic Day, I'm sure many of you would also see it, that there would be this long list of soldiers, airmen and sailors who would receive these gallantry awards, Shaurya Chakra, Sena Medal, like Major Jolly has got, and various other kinds of decorations for their feats of bravery. And usually in the press release or the newspaper clippings that would come out, there would maybe be a line or two, very rarely a photograph of those military personnel, and that's how it goes, and these stories would just be forgotten. And this always occurred to me as being very, very unfair, because as a defense correspondent, as someone who was covering these stories, covering these operations, I always felt how unfair it was for these people and their families, that the country had no idea about the reality of what they actually did. And that's one of the reasons why I decided to write my book. So that's where war stories comes in. So my book, and I'm not boasting, but my book series was the first that decided to tell first-hand stories. So my books are not based on sources. My books are not based on second-hand information. We cover every operation. It has to be first-hand, which means we report from the army units or from the Air Force squadrons or from the warships, and that's how we've chosen to tell those stories. And we've also decided, and this is something I feel the need to emphasize always, is that people forget that the military is not just about the soldiers, the pilots and the sailors, but it's also about their families, which nobody really ever sees, nobody ever hears about those families. And that's why in my books, in the stories that I've told, I'm only halfway through. It's like this seems like it's going to be a lifelong mission, because I've written 3 books. There are 3 more to come. There probably will be many more after that, because the number of heroes we get in our military is never going to stop. Yeah, that's how I would say it. I think India has a great wartime legacy. There's no shortage of stories to tell. And hopefully at some point in the future, we'll have our own Saving Private Ryan as well.
Thank you, Shiv. And forgot to mention India's Most Fearless, 3 series of books. One of the highest seller, 50,000 plus copies, if I remember, for the first edition. Those who are interested in this, I would say as a nationalist, do read his book. It is very authentic. I read it, I've gone through it. It gives you a first-hand information. It doesn't have much of masala. Yeah, the books are available outside the stall. Those who want to purchase the hard copy, you can do so. And Manik sir, now the question to you. This is one of your fans from US who wrote a mail to me yesterday night. He wanted me to ask you this question. It says, why army movies are too less, I would say the war movies are too less in efficiency number, rather thug movies are no less than zillions in both efficiency and numbers.
Which movies?
Thug movies. Crime movies. So we have the hero does everything, and he flies and he takes bullets, he never dies. So those movies are in zillions and these are in
Firstly, thanks to the organizers for inviting me here. I started my corporate career in Chennai, though it was only 3 months I stayed here. And it was a conversation on Twitter when somebody asked me, soldiers get a lot of respect in India. Yes, a lot. But I actually wrote in the second line the amount of love and respect I got in Tamil Nadu and Gujarat. I said, I cannot match it anywhere. It was very touching, so it's always nice to come back. And thank you, Shiv, for writing those books. We need people like you to tell our stories. Now coming back to the question, actually I think war stories we are not in habit of telling actually, I feel. You know, whenever we read our even historical instances, we have been programmed to receive war stories as such. Islamic invaders came and they ran over India. British came, they fought Palasi, Buxar and Maratha gone and British came. We move from milestone to milestone. We are very number based. He had 10,000 soldiers, he has 5,000 soldiers. We do not discuss difficult topics in forums. We don't make movies on ideological issues. And if I honestly feel, if the Kal Chakra is moving and India is again going to become Sone ki Chidiya, our bad time will also come, because if we are not prepared this time. You know, there is only one person, I'll tell you, so we don't, if we make a movie on Shivaji, we will show him as a war leader. We don't show him as somebody who's the only one who understood what ideological war is. We don't teach in our army. We don't, because our two neighbors, you know, are enemies. They are fighting ideological wars. We are fighting military wars. There's a huge difference. When on 14th August, our leaders wish you a happy Independence Day, Pakistan, and may you prosper and all that. Their prosperity in the line is written is Ghazwa-e-Hind. It's eradication of India as it stands. But we still keep wishing them fine. We've always been wanting to good boys. That's our problem. We always believe in Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. And that is the ideology we followed in our war stories also. Even if somebody studied high school history, you ask them who burned Nalanda, you know, people will say Bakhtiar Khilji and all. We never tell them he was bested by some tribesmen in Northeast actually. He died a very desolate, sad death and was assassinated. We tell everyone Ghaznavi came and he routed Somnath temple. We never told actually first time he came, he was sorted out by a Chandela king and he went back and did not come back for many years. Our history runs in a manner, our stories are told in a way that we were just lying there to be picked and kicked around, and anybody who came. First invader was I think Muhammad bin Qasim. When he came and was beaten so badly for actually hundreds of years, nobody came. That was the lesson they learned. It took hundreds of years for these guys to, fine, it's like we were a very solid wall. But if you keep knocking against it and keep ramming against it for hundreds of years, it might break down. And nobody can take away the infighting that was happening and all those reasons. So I would say if movies were a depiction of how a country or a society or a nation tells its stories, we are representing how we are. We are very happy with slapstick comedy. We are very happy representing how soldiers are represented. Either they'll always be 10 feet tall, they'll always beat everyone up, they'll drink and sing and dance. I can assure you, whenever we get angry, we don't start singing, you know. Whenever we have a success in military combat, we don't start singing or dancing or we've never done that, right? But there's always a stereotype that is presented how military men are. He'll be a big mustache guy with a cane or a rifle, and he will invariably have a daughter who the hero will quote, and you know, then he will like, I'll kill you, then he'll win him over. It's actually demeaning, you know. It takes away the intellect, the hard work, the physical effort that goes into becoming a military officer. 3-4 lakh people applied, and out of which 200-300 get into NDA, you know. And out of which 10-15% also leave because the training is so tough. After that, you have to 3 years NDA, 1 year IMA, constant training. Then you have to keep passing exams while in service. The movies tend to remove all this aspect and just focus on he drinks rum, he has a mustache, and he has a dog and a daughter. You know?
And he always wears a uniform even while coming on.
So I say the story of the normal Bollywood, I've seen like hardly 15 movies in my life. At a very young age I saw them and I realized this will burn my brain. You know, I never saw them. I hardly see movies. But for whatever I've seen and I see, you know, keep seeing clips, they are okay in producing what is absorbed by audience. If we stop watching that, I think they will also learn a lesson that we need to improve our content. We can't show cartoons as our historical characters and, you know, try to make it best. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll try to play a devil's advocate here. Most of you would be aware there's a controversy which is slightly on now on a movie of Shiva Karthikeyan. The trailer was out. The movie's name is Amaran. It was a biopic of Major Mukund Varadarajan from SS 81 from Officer Training Academy. one of the greatest heroes of our times. Shiv is the man behind the movie, and yeah, please. He hasn't advertised it, he hasn't spoken about it, but we all know a lot of hard work has gone in. And the movie, the story crux comes from his book, India's Most Fearless. And because this is the most recent time hero would possibly the 2K kids and the Millennium kids will eventually connect with. I would want to put a question to you. There is already in controversy, but it's done by a fringe group, a communal fringe group. But if you would have definitely seen that movie without disclosing the stories of it. But how close is that movie if I compare with your book? The current one, Amaran. Yeah.
Can you just clarify which controversy you're talking about? Because last I counted, there are about 8 controversies surrounding the movie.
So there's a protest which happened, I think somewhere in Ramnad or so. They are a group of protesters. We can count them by numbers, I think 8-10 of them. They got together and they said the Kashmiri Muslims have been portrayed as terrorists and this is not acceptable to us. Ban on movie and so and so.
So the controversy that you refer to is actually the most cartoonish of all the controversies. The other controversies are actually much more serious. So I'm glad you asked me about this one. But if you go onto social media and type Amaran and stuff, I'm sure you will see about the controversies. Many of them are much more serious. But since you mentioned this one, what Major Madan is talking about is that a bunch of people have protested about this movie because the trailer is out. It's a short 2.5-minute teaser trailer that's out. I don't know how many of you may have seen it. It's on YouTube, and it depicts some pretty traditional images that you see as far as a story like this is concerned in Kashmir. You'll see terrorists, you'll see stone pelters, you'll see the army in action, you'll see some death, and nothing out of the ordinary, but really beautifully produced and beautifully shot. Now Siva Karthikeyan plays a guy called Major Mukund Vardarajan, who was decorated posthumously with an Ashoka Chakra for his role. Now, the reason why this particular protest...
Sorry to interrupt. Ashok Chakra is the highest gallantry award given in a peacetime. It's as good as a Paramveer Chakra.
It's equivalent to Paramveer Chakra in peacetime. Again, peacetime, which is a ridiculous word, okay? So the reason why, when I saw, and obviously when this protest happened, people started posting the videos and tagging me. My name was the first to be tagged even before the film producers and stuff. So I was like, I just wrote the book. I'm not making the movie. But anyway, so the reason why that particular protest is so ignorant, ridiculous, and outwardly is because if anyone has read the story of Major Mukund Vardarajan, this should serve as an example of not jumping the gun and making your mind up, because the story of Mukund Vardarajan actually confirms exactly the opposite of what they're saying. It's an amazing story of a young officer recently married to Indu Rebecca, very much from Tamil Nadu, right? Serving all the way in Shopian in South Kashmir. And he had built a huge, beautiful relationship with many villages and villagers who lived in that area. They had a name for him. Okay, they called him Khan Sahib. Okay, they had their own local name for him because Major Mukund Vardarajan was too complicated and stuff. So Khan Sahib he was. Okay, and that's actually a name that they gave to many different officers in those areas because it was like a term of endearment and respect, and it's amazing because Major Mukund Vardarajan was the guy who would actually go out into these villages and tell them, okay, so your kids have exams over the next 2 weeks. me and my unit will make sure that nobody comes from the outside and threatens you guys while your kids are having their exams. That's my personal guarantee to you. And that's how he, you know, won the hearts of many of these people. I don't want to spoil the story for you because it's a truly amazing story which you will see in the movie. But these 8 or 9 protesters who said this is branding, people as Muslims as terrorists and stuff like that is absolutely ridiculous. And all of this goes down to the incredibly unfair black and white depictions of the Indian army because of the huge amounts of leftist propaganda that has fed on this idea of the army as a purveyor of human rights abuses in Jammu and Kashmir, which is a ridiculous untruth. I'm a defense correspondent. Whether there is something happening in Kashmir or not, I make it a point even now. And I've been a defense correspondent for 20 years, since August 2004. I make it a point every year to go to Kashmir, whether there's a big story happening there or not, because that is a really special part of the country. And I personally would advise all of you to go there. Since 2019, since the article of abrogation of 370, it's become like any other place, except that it's just really, really beautiful, and the weather is great, and there's a lot to do and stuff. So, but the idea that has been propagated for so long that the army has, been this monster force, occupying force in Kashmir, is complete rubbish. When you read stories like those of Major Mukund Vadrajan and many other officers who've, served in Jammu and Kashmir, and I'm sure Major Jolly has also served there, so he knows exactly what it's like. Many young Indians come to me and ask, a question that's commonly asked is, have there been human rights abuses? Now, the one thing I will always say, just to end this thought, is that, there are no blacks and whites in conflict. This is not a black and white issue. There are no fierce goods and bads. These are really difficult places where men and women have to take sometimes controversial decisions to perform the larger good, save more lives. Have there been human rights abuses over the years? Some, most certainly not the kind of overwhelming human rights abuses that much of leftist propaganda projects the Indian army as. But I can tell you this very, very clearly. And remember, as a defense correspondent, I am the first one to write negative stories about the army. I may be writing books about army heroes, but I cannot tell you how many times I've been in trouble with the army, because I've told things that are not palatable for the army or the air force or the navy. So believe me when I say that I stand right in the middle. I'm not on anybody's side. But having seen how the army is in Kashmir, especially in terms of this whole idea that Kashmiris are painted as communal and this being a Hindu-Muslim issue, there is no, the Indian army is not just a military force, it's a very, very moral force. It knows exactly what it's fighting in Kashmir, and that's the reason why they've been there for such a long time now.
Thank you, Shiv. So to add on to what Shiv said, let's look at a very broader perspective. I come from, my native is Dindikal, from Tamil Nadu. My first posting was in line of control in Poonch, and I served with one of our RR regiment. I've been there. Sir is from a different part of the country, so each and every soldier. Soldiers doesn't come from the sky. They are part of our family. They are one among us. They are deputed for a certain operation on a certain duty. It may be peacekeeping, it may be rescuing a child from a borewell, or it may be fighting terrorists at the border. This executive order is given by the government of the day. The armies or the tri-forces are the professional organizations which go and execute it. And in the consequence of the execution, there are certain places where it may go here and there. As Shiv said, it's always cannot be black and white. And we always should see the denominator when we accuse some person, the percentage error or the percentage so-called human rights violations of force which has been deployed since 1990, 30 plus years of counter-terrorism operation. Name any force in the world. The US forces in Syria, Iraq, the number of killings, and what happened in Kashmir. A lot of soldiers have laid down their lives. Because I don't want to reveal the name, because it has to come out as a book at some point of time. There are good amount of soldiers who had lost their lives right in front of my eyes because they wanted to save, so-called avoid the collateral damage. Now, to Manik sir, one more question to you. We have seen certain movies, the war stories, which used to come earlier, I would say some 10 years before. We saw Dil Se, one of the most popular movie, where there was an army excess, and then the character, the lead female character, becomes a terrorist. And somewhere in the end of the movie, it is kind of being justified. Some form of she becoming a terrorist is getting justified. And the peak of it, what I saw, like I think when you were a major and I was a lieutenant at that time, was a movie called Shaurya. That completely changed the perspective, because that's the first possibly a Hindi war movie I have seen. I had a shock of my life because I just landed up in my unit and I happened to see this movie. And these two movies, Dil Se, most of you would have seen, but the other movie I'm referring to, you can just, I don't want you to actually go see the movie and reignite it, but please do read the story as such. Was that the peak of demonizing the forces, or is it like, is there a new low after that movie?
Okay, one thing I'm at loss, I have not seen either of the movies.
Okay.
But I've seen the very famous clip from Shaurya, which you all should see actually. It's a courtroom scene in a military court. But one thing I'd like to just add on to what Shiv was saying about being moral. See, we don't grade what we are doing in Kashmir as war. We never say, like he said, we call it peacetime awards. There's no difference in the way, like bullets don't move slow just because it's peacetime, right? So people are fighting. We are a country that is losing soldiers every day. It has become so common that he's been covering defense from 2 decades now, that he would agree with me. Now it becomes just a mention in the newspaper, or just, 5 more died, that's it, right? If it was any other country, there would be a lot of hue and cry about it. But we have just normalized it so much because, expendables, soldiers are expendable. They're fighting somewhere. Rest of the country is still fighting. I can tell you, if we lose soldiers and a Bollywood actress does something controversial, she will get more media today. It's a fact. The soldiers are so down, so last in the, priority list for, a country. And it's nobody's mistake. It's only government, and we have failed to secure the position that they deserved. And it's mainly because also that I would like on that moral thing, that when army operates in Kashmir, we are not like US forcing operating in Vietnam. Nobody has bombed. Nobody has done napalm bombing. We have never bombed artillery into our own forces or on our own people. We don't even use air force. So if it's a house which has a terrorist hold up, you're not allowed to just burn it down or throw a bomb. Yeah? You have to go soldier by soldier, one by in, and try and kill them, in which you also lose men. And the government and the army both know that. There is no other way to do it. You have to go in one by one. It's a very tedious, risk-taking, and many a times fatal operation. But we fight with our both hands tied behind our backs. That's the morality level of that is inculcated in Indian armed forces, and it comes straight from Ramayana, Mahabharata, and our ideology and our culture. But I would again say we need to revive that. We need to, again I go back to Shivaji. He's the guy who understood. Had he not prepared, Afzal Khan would have killed him. But he knew how to fight the man, and he took his bagnak with him. Just coming back to the movie, I've not seen the...
Okay, so I think, sure, you can take on that question. I think you got the context of what the movie specifies.
Look, I have a slightly contrarian view as far as films are concerned. But, my view is that, look, the Indian film industry gets a lot of flack, which is fair in my view. But let's never forget that the Indian film industry, Bollywood, whatever you want to call it, is a very, very, very important part of India's soft power.
Yeah.
Okay? we can sit here and crib about the movies, and believe me, I'm completely with you as far as how the military is depicted. Whether it is Shaurya, they'll say any other movie, it grates for me as well. But that's okay. I mean, I think it's okay to have judge a movie on issues of taste and accuracy and things like that. And I think it's totally warranted and natural, especially for military personnel, to watch the quality of movies and think, oh my God, why can't they get this right? This doesn't happen in the movie. You're absolutely right. We don't sing when we're at war, and all those things I think are issues of taste, issues of that sort of thing. I think there are some fine examples of how the military has been depicted in movies. It is going to be a very tall order, in my view, to have a pure war movie in this country without the songs and dances and emotions and romance and stuff. It's going to be very difficult. Like, for example, I'll take a small example of a war movie that is very little war and mostly like relationship romance, but I happen to think it's a fabulous movie which actually depicts the movie in beautiful light, and that is Lakshya. Okay, with Hrithik Roshan. Total pop, romance, Farhan Akhtar type movie. Nothing serious about it, but that movie had a real effect on me. I was in college when I watched that movie, and that even though there was no part of me that ever wanted to get into the military for some reason, but when I watched that movie, and I remember being in a hall full of people who were so impressed by that movie. And 75% of that movie is not military stuff. Yeah. It's Hrithik Roshan in college and ragging and all sorts of rubbish. But the movie is a military movie, and so I think it goes down to that. About it could be about taste, etc.
Yeah, but the level of masala which of course it has to be commercial. It has to earn money.
Look,
see,
the thing is, one has to be a little bit empathetic also to film producers and filmmakers, which is that a war movie or a military movie can't be wholly military, because ultimately a film has to be watched by.
Okay, I'll slightly put it to a.
I have a quick point to that. I understand you can't, we don't show hardcore military ops, and I don't know, we don't want to show, or there's a lack of intent or capability. But let's say small things like when I had just joined Twitter in 2019. I had a stroke. I was hospitalized for almost a year. That is the time I started Twitter, right? So I had 200 followers. Right? Nobody. So Sam Manekshaw first poster came out 2020, and they had his dress wrong, As a Gorkha officer, he was wearing golden badges. So when I wrote a comment on that, obviously I hardly had any followers, and I was nobody for them. They corrected it after a while. But this is my point. You're making movie on a field marshal, one of the legends of Indian military. You can't get his dress right. And recently, now that I had a lot of followers, Akshay Kumar was making a movie on Gorkha. I'm from Gorkha Regiment. I was commissioned into it. And he had a soldier and a kukri, like a angry-looking young man kind of thing. So they got the kukri wrong. They showed the sword. Kukri is the identity of Gorkha soldiers. I have it tattooed here, So it is, and you got a kukri wrong. It is. So I wrote that, dear Mr. Akshay Kumar, thanks for making movie, but your kukri is wrong. It's a sword. He replied to that, yeah, thank you, Major, we'll change it and all that. The movie didn't come out. That they had some problem with the army headquarters. But what I'm trying to say is, they can get basics wrong. In Hollywood movies, I watch a lot of them. It's not about snobbery, I just like how they make war movies, right? Even if it's a romance movie and the soldier is the hero, and they show him coming down from a helicopter, jumping and running towards his girlfriend and all that. It's a 5-second clip. But you pause that scene and watch where the guns, where the soldier, where the guard, the uniform, the collar tabs, everything will be the way it will be on a military base. That is the detailing. That is why they are Hollywood, and we are great, but...
I completely agree with Major Jolly when he says that, if filmmakers decide to make films about the military, they have to understand that, you can't take liberty with certain things. You can't mess up uniforms, you can't mess up, regimental insignias, you can't mess up, certainly you can't mess up names, the way the military does things, because, as civilians, we have to understand that military culture is a completely different kind of civilizational, thought. Accuracy, regimentation, not getting those small things wrong is part of how they function. So when they see, outsiders just having their way with, acha chalo, if you don't have the Gurkha insignia, just put something else. You don't have a kukri, just use a sword. For the Gurkha regiment, taking away the kukri and putting a sword is like probably going up to the colonel commandant and slapping him. It's sacrilege. It's like slapping that person's parent. It's unacceptable. So I completely agree with you. If you're going to delve into making military movies, the least that you owe to your audiences and to the military is depiction of accuracy. Just one small addition to this. One of the reasons why American films and military films have always had default accuracy as far as the military is concerned is because post-Vietnam, the American military had already realized the benefits of engaging with Hollywood and media. They saw Hollywood as a fabulous, game-changing sort of propaganda platform, which is why whether it's the US Navy or the Marine Corps or the US Army or the US Air Force, when Hollywood movies are made, they provide real assets. They provide active consultancy. Unlike the Indian military, which has only now started to do it.
Yeah.
The Indian military was suspicious of filmmakers. They didn't like people coming into their academies and shooting their regiments and their bases. They hated that. Even now, it's like a pretty strict process to get permission to shoot or film at bases. But all I'm saying is, in the US, whether it's like a bubblegum romance or whatever it is, the military was, yeah, sure, please come in and we'll tell you exactly how to do. We'll give you the uniforms, we'll give you the helicopters, we'll have consultants on board. So, absolutely.
Yeah.
And with Amaran, for instance, I can assure you that there will be no inaccuracies because me and my co-author are on board, and we will make sure there are no errors as far as the military is concerned.
Thanks, Shiv. So to add on to what Shiv has said, ADGPA is an institution of Army which kind of controls all this media. Anybody who would want to do a movie or a OTT, they go and apply. And a week before when I spoke to somebody in ADGPA, they said 28 movies are currently in pipeline. So we see a major surge, I think, in the past 2-3 years. So I think post-COVID, we are seeing a major surge. Yeah, of course, we understand that it cannot be completely the way we see things, be it the uniform or be it the mannerism or the kind of the dialogues they deliver. But certain movies have been purely meant for propaganda. I would say, for example, Salman Khan's movie. I have not watched the movie, with a disclaimer, I don't watch his movies. But there was a movie where he is a RNAW agent, raw agent, and then his girlfriend, she is an ISI agent, and then he addresses to his teammates, his fellow raw officials, "Aapki bhabhi kaise hain?" Bhabhi, and there's so much of romancing, and then the Indian raw agent and the Pakistani ISI agent go together and do some rescue in Syria, and
Tiger Zinda hai.
I really got angry. I haven't seen that movie. I heard the storyline. I will not do the mistake of reading that. Why? Because exactly a week before, in my own YouTube channel, I took a month's time to read about Ravinder Kaushik, who's the actual tiger. If anybody wants to know what guts mean, what sacrifice mean, do go and read his history. Ravinder Kaushik was named tiger by none other than then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Yeah, one of the legend. His story, you can add masala, but there is a limit to add masala, and what kind of masala do you add? But and surprisingly, I think so that movie was a hit.
Yeah, huge hit.
Huge hit. Now, if I want to go back to those kids or the younger generation who have seen those movies, even the elders, I would say, no, Ravinder Kaushik was not this. He was something else. We have to make five more movies. Your views on it, sir?
So I'd say on this, same thing. Charity begins at home. If you have I don't have kids. I have a niece who's now growing up. She's 4 years old, right? So if I tell her whole day you keep making TikToks and yeah, okay, I clap and go watch another movie and see Tiger Zinda hai or alive or dead, go check it out. I can't blame anybody else for not making sure that she doesn't know who Maharana Pratap was. If you are in your house, and that is the aspect of war storytelling I was telling you, don't, we can't, it's not a binary situation where either you know everything about history or you are only Tigers in the high quality, It has to be somewhere where we can tell our children, just remember there was a Maharana Pratap. Just remember there was a Shivaji. As you grow up, learn more about him. When you have to give anecdotes, when you have to give examples, when you have to give names, quote these names. So you want to learn character, learn from Karan or Arjun or Sri Ram or whatever. So I don't know much about movies, but this is the aspect of war storytelling. If you want to teach somebody, I can tell you it can be a 3 to 4 hour session. If you just start talking about Abhimanyu and Chakravyuh, right? It'll bring tears to your eyes if you read about how he was killed and that aspect of it. I still get goosebumps when I think of it, right? Phenomenal story. But that we always sit on, there are a lot of panels I speak, there are a lot of places we speak, we always have this, society has this, country has this, nation has all this. Just go and check what is in our homes actually, that'll be more than enough. So as far as this simplification of a raw agent falling in love with ISI agent, I think it's one, Bollywood is just riding the nationalist wave right now. The OTT and Bollywood both are understanding there's BJP aa gaya hai aur nationalist wave chal raha hai, banao movie pe movie.
Right on it.
Yeah, chalega, this will work, koi to chalega, it is like that. Doesn't matter, there's a very famous picture, Shiv, you would have seen, there's a lady officer who's wearing military corps epaulets and para commando and this and that.
Everything is.
Yeah, and every soldier is confused. Who is she?
Which regiment is she?
Who is she? So that's the thing. Bollywood is just making most of the vibe. That's a
Thank you, sir. And every good thing has to come to end. 2 short questions from the audience. 2 questions. Time is up. Okay.
So, the US Army
Question
Chief's
2?
office has...
Question 2?
To either, to
Okay.
all, actually all 3.
Okay.
Perhaps more towards the Shiv. So, the US Army Chief's office has a professional reading list that they come out with, I think, almost every year. And these are a very diverse set of books from ancient Greek wars to modern information warfare. 2 questions here. The first one is that, are you aware of whether the Indian armed forces have anything similar? And if not, would you be willing to put together a list and maybe share it on your Twitter channel?
The Indian armed forces do have reading lists, by the way. As far as their progressive courses and stuff, they do have reading lists for sure. It's a good question because nobody's actually ever seen these lists. But these are lists that are part of the periodical courses that officers go through. In academies, exactly. I personally would love to put together a list, but I don't think I would ever put myself in a position where I think I have the kind of wisdom and scope to advise officers. I'm a ordinary civilian. Officers who go into these courses are learning not just about tactics and things, but strategy and warcraft and things like that, which is way beyond anything I could advise them about. So honored that you think I could do that, but no.
So we have so the moment we join academy, every term you have to read 1 book. These books are prescribed by RTRAC, the Army Training Command. And as we keep progressing, it is also when you join unit, one of the first tasks you get is your boss will tell you, and it's like a culture that you write a book review every 3 months. And in our promotion exams, there is a major campaign. Let's say you will do, an in India Maratha campaign or outside Battle of Somme or something like that. And one general that you have to study about to pass that exam. We even study Nazi generals and all, because it's purely from a military perspective. So there is no centralized list, but the training command has put down generals and campaigns that we go through in our lifetime to, understand more about it.
One last question.
Hello. I always expected the army and I can goosebumps. I always wanted to be part of the army and respect the army people a lot. Can there be anything which I can do? I always wanted to be part of the army and respect the people a lot. I want to contribute something to the army people.
He wants to contribute to the army in any way that is possible.
I got that.
He wants to contribute to the army in any way that is possible. He has an immense respect for the army. Yeah. Yeah.
I always get inspired by the army people.
He is always inspired by the work that people do in the armed forces, and
I will definitely talk to you after this. Whatever you are doing, I will talk to. There's OTA in Chennai. There are NCC nearby. There are a couple of. We'll definitely figure out something. Yeah.
I carry forward this commitment from my sir. We will soon have you in one of official military event. I commit you this on behalf of Major Sir. And Shiv, your perspective.
The military, like our society, has changed amazingly over the last 20 years, and I am personally witness to that. And I think the military has been extremely open. I am actually a sort of living example of how the military has changed. The military hates giving journalists access to official records and war reports and military operations reports, but they completely opened their doors to me. And I have spent my entire career writing negative stories about the army, but they trusted me with that. So absolutely, anything you think you can do for the military will listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you so much. I hope this session gave you something, and we also took something from here. And one thing which, as a forum, I would like to tell the journalists out here, there is a course which has been initiated by the Government of India. It's called Defense Correspondence Course. It's a 1 month course, right? It's a, I think, 1 or 2 months course. Tamil Nadu gets 3 vacancy. Each state gets 3 vacancy. One of you can, who are interested, I can be the messenger to pass it on to them. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for this wonderful insight into the war stories, and we feel really privileged to hear from the first-hand source on the war stories. May I now request Sri Srinath ji to honor Major Madan and Dr. Ujjwala to honor Major Manik. Sri Srinath ji honoring Major Madan, Dr. Ujjwala to honor Major Manik Joli. And I request Dr. Shanti Shri Pandit ji to honor Shiv Arur. Ma'am, please come to the center of the dais. Srinath ji, request.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just taking one moment to acknowledge the presence of Sri Kalyan Raman ji, who's come and graced this occasion. He is Prabhari of Intellectual Wing, BJP State Party. Sir, welcome, sir. We are very happy to have you here, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have quite a good number of interesting sessions post-lunch. And at sharp 2, we have a session curated by Shefali Vaidya with Vivek Agnihotri. So please run, grab your plates, have your food and come back and be seated by 1:55. So sharp 2, we can go ahead and the program. And the registered participants, please take this instruction. You have to collect the coupon from the registration desk and go for lunch. So please take a note of that. And the programs will be tightly packed because we have the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu gracing the occasion. See you all at 2. Bye-bye.
different side of him, which is apart from him being a filmmaker, apart from him being a writer, he is also a very sought after life coach. If you see his Instagram feed, you will see that he comes up with really good insights on how to live life, how to fight the social media addiction, how to avoid toxicity in life. It's very interesting. So, what is remarkable about Vivek is that he has changed filmmaking, he has made it stand on its head, and he has dared to tell the stories that no one else dared to tell before. In Tamil, there is a saying which says that Unakku vanda raktam, enakku vanda takkali chadama. So, it means that if you hurt, it's blood, and if I hurt, it's tomato chutney. So he has made sure that the tomato chutney is actually represented for what it is: blood, our stories. So Vivek, first of all, I want to ask you, your filmmaking has undergone a sea change from your initial days, where you did conventional Bollywood movies with stars, and now in your, starting from Buddha in the Traffic Jam, in your movies, the story is the king. The stars don't matter. Whether you have stars or not, don't have stars, doesn't matter. So how did the shift happen? Was it a very conscious shift?
First, I must thank the organizers to invite me, and Shefali, thanks a lot. Lovely talking to you. After a long time, I'm seeing faces and the vibes. I'm a director, so I catch vibes very well. And I'm a very spontaneous orator. I never prepare, I just speak looking at the people and the kind of energy I get. First time in many, many years I'm feeling that we are going to chat and exchange, because every conference and festival has become a television debate. So everybody is there to, accuse somebody or destroy somebody. So we can have, so answering your question, yes, there has been a deliberate shift. And the deliberate shift came because I worked in that star system, and it's nothing wrong. All over the world, you see any kind of profession you will find, there is generally mainstream massy stuff which appeals to the common denominator, and then you have niche stuff which makes an impact and changes things, which innovates, brings new things. In every product, if you'll see, in music also, you'll find there are massy music all over the globe. It's not just in Bollywood or anywhere. So, but then you'll also have easily available channels, easily available avenues to an alternate stories, alternate music, alternate literature. Suppose if you are watching a lot of, say, hip-hop kind of thing, but then you also have channels which are also showing you nice Karnataka music, or they're showing you Kathakali, or showing you, so you generally all over the world, audience has these two choices. But what happened, and people misunderstand, I'm not against massy stuff, because if there is no massy stuff, how will you have niche stuff? It's like rich people go and make a lot of money selling goods, but that money they use to put it into freedom movement or making temples or social change, social service. That's why you will find that maximum number of temples in this country are called Birla temples, and they have been built by Birla Group. Nothing wrong with that. But the problem is, we brought this country to a stage where there was no room for any alternate or in any field. Poetry only meant the kind of poetry which was about oppressor and oppressed. Music was only the kind of music which T-Series or some company wanted to produce. And the dances also became basically Bhangra dances and typical Bollywood dances. Earlier there used to be a combination. You see, Raj Kapoor also used to make, he was a leftist, hardcore card holder, IPTA member, but he never made films against India. He never commented on Hindu society and things like that, but he made films about oppressor and oppressed, because that is a leftist way of looking at things, and I'm not against that ideology. But then I think Marxist culturalism, what I call, which in my book Urban Excels I have explained, and it's a fact, it's a recorded part of our history, that when Indira Gandhi had a problem, see, Jawaharlal Nehru was also in a way socialist and all that, but he wasn't the pawn of cultural Marxists the way Indira Gandhi became, because Indira Gandhi did not have support from inside Congress. And Congress was split into Congress O means organization, and then Congress I. And at that time she wanted support, so she leaned back on CPI and communist parties and all the communist forces of India. And these communists are very smart people. They generally shy away running democratic governments from the front. Okay, they always try to run it from behind. Whatever is happening in America right now is also Marxism from behind, which is creating conflict. So they first create a lot of conflict and a lot of chaos and a lot of debate around oppression, oppressed, and then they say we are right. That is the long-term documented strategy. In India, same thing happened. And everybody who fought freedom movement, the nationalists, people who were writing in Hindi, suppose, imagine in 1990 or 2000, if Dinkar were reborn, then what place he would have. And I have seen with my eyes of us when the state forced the end of so many brilliant writers and poets like Dushyant Kumar, Sharad Joshi, they were all family members too. So I have seen with my eyes. So this shutting of voices, and I hope it doesn't happen in the future, and we have to be very, very alert and aware of this thing. Because what we did, the moment you take away the seriousness from art and culture is the soul of a society. Imagine your own house, look at your children, and if your children know no art, they know no literature, they know no culture, which most of the children are growing up like that now. Because the middle class dream has become, I'm sorry, don't mind my words, but middle class dream has become to send their children to convents. Nothing wrong with every school, even if it's any school, it is a basically convent style school. So send it to convent school and then send them to US to work for Google and all that. That's an Indian dream. We are running after money. We are talking about only economy and all these things. So I realized this in 2006, 7, 8, especially after making Goal. I said, if cinema is supposed to be the most complete art in the world, because this is the only form of art where you have audio, video and the third dimension, no other art has that. And the impact of cinema is so much that even a child sitting in Tanzania or Japan or Korea or Vietnam, Cambodia also believes subconsciously that if something goes wrong in this world, America is going to save us. That is the power of cinema. And I wonder that despite having the world's greatest philosophy, there is no philosophy in the world which is parallel. There's no point comparing also. That is also, I think, kind of a cultural blasphemy. Hindu philosophy, I'm not talking the religious part because I'm not expert of that, but Hindu philosophy I have studied a lot from my childhood. There is nothing which comes even close to it. And we have not been, and it talks about the same thing which America today shuts down your voice on human rights and oneness and inclusivity and all those things which you hear. But we failed. We failed because we destroyed our poetry, art and this thing. So with that intention, I said that I should not make these films because there is something which I can do better than this, and that is the first put all those missing blocks of Indian history and then bring Indian philosophy. I had a very long-term plan, and I'm at the first part of that plan right now.
So let me fast forward a little to Kashmir Files. Kashmir Files has been a very successful movie commercially. But more than that, what I applaud you is because you dared to tell a story which is very courageous, which is out there for everybody to see, but nobody wanted to talk about it. Nobody wanted to tell that story. You told it in the movie, and you also followed it up with the OTT series, which is about the real life stories of Kashmiri Hindus. Now in that movie, there is this very famous sentence which has become a meme now in internet, and I see that at least 10 times a day on my Twitter feed, which is about Sarkar kisi ki bo, system to hamara hai. And you actually see that happening. So what are your thoughts on this one sentence? And secondly, when you were talking about Kashmir story, all your characters are actually drawn from real life, like the academician which is portrayed by Pallavi Joshi, everybody. So what was the experience like for you doing research, meeting the real victims, knowing their stories, and knowing that you're going to put the truth out there for people to see?
Yeah, so see, it's like when a child grows up and becomes very successful, everybody says, oh wow, you're so successful. But people don't realize it, that behind that there is a sacrifice of their parents of 20, 25 years. So yes, like I said, I sat down and I resigned mentally from Bollywood, and then I faced some very bad times and I lived in isolation. Then I started teaching in different universities, colleges. And that's when I said, अब वो क्या है कि चूहे का बच्चा बिल बनाना तो भूल नहीं सकता है. So I, with some students, we sat down. But when I was making Buddha in a traffic jam, at that time I realized it was not releasing, there were problems, I was getting depressed. Everybody said, stop doing all this, it's never going to take you anywhere, and make these films, but make commercial, massy films. But I realized that there will be no impact if I do this, then I will end up making Gadar kind of film, which is just because you want to say this is your enemy and show the enemy and then do everything else. It's a very thin line job. I wanted my films to become historical document. I wanted my films to become modern literature with that intention. So I said, I cannot keep blaming that audience doesn't like it, and it doesn't work. I should be able to face it whichever way. If I have to show it sitting on the street, I should be able to see. If I have to take this film physically all over the world, I'll do it. And it's not that I'm saying it, everybody knows my life is in all social, public life, you see I do all the times. So with that strategy we said, see, actually our real work is going to come next year, people can't even imagine. But to reach there, we went backwards. We said, okay, we have to use some kind of a leftist strategy. So I picked up some great things from the left system of working. There's nothing wrong with that. See, ultimately, if anybody says this is correct and that is incorrect, that person is incorrect. There are always some useful things here, useful things there. Pick up from everywhere. Suppose you are a music director and I give you an assignment that, okay, do some music which represents complete India. You can't say, I don't like this region, so I won't take it. You can't say, मेरी तो उन लोगों से लड़ाई चल रही है आजकल on caste basis or religion basis, I won't pick up. You can't do that. So I picked up, and I have been part of that politics. So I said, this has to work at a very different level. So I wrote this book, Urban Naxals, and then I planned. I said, let's make a trilogy. First film we made, Right to Truth. Okay, in India, the easiest thing is, if you want to lie, just speak the word truth. Okay, you say सत्य की खोज में, और उसके बाद आप सबको बेवकूफ बना सकते हैं. Because it's not that we are gullible, because it's part of our DNA. It's like somebody says, dal chawal khate, nobody says no anywhere. You can say dal sambar or dal something, but nobody says no in India because it's so natural. If I say, अच्छा बाहर जा रही हो अपने बच्चे को मेरे पास छोड़ दो, you will never distrust me. Right, but so with that intention, I said Right to Truth. With Tashkent Files, I put the most intellectual film in front of people, more complex, most difficult film. And when I realized that people are ready to accept this, when that film became a sleeper hit, then by the time we were working on Kashmir Files, then we said, let's bring a more bolder film to people. Are they ready or not to see this kind of harsh truth about themselves? And we brought it. And now I'm making the Delhi Files. And why I'm making Delhi Files is Kashmir Files, there has so much has been spoken about it that there's nothing left to tell. Delhi Files I'm making, and Shefali, you travel a lot, you know it in your heart what I'm saying, that forget young generation, even middle-aged people up to 50, 55, don't even know the area where they live, what has gone there. And all of them call themselves Hindu activists or Jai Shri Ram activists or Sanatan activists, and they know nothing about what has happened there. Because I'll give you two examples. Okay, and why I feel more responsible to tell this truth now. I was in Calcutta, and Sopan Das Gupta had invited me for some event, so I went in National Museum. आपने देखा होगा वो, तो वहाँ पे full ऊपर नीचे means more than 1,000-1,500 people, and in Calcutta, Bengal, you get lot of crowd, lot of people come, so jam-packed everywhere, and mostly well-to-do IT people, and like today's young urban progressive professionals. So while talking, I said कि a few days back we came here to do research. My team was then arrested, and then we had to pull some strings and get them out. And they were, if I was not doing a research on action day, if I was doing research on something, nobody would have arrested them. And then suddenly I realized there was no response. So I asked, how many of you know about Direct Action Day? You will be surprised, not even 5 or 10% hands came out. And those were also older people. Which means the young people living in Bengal do not know. If you don't know about Direct Action Day, Google it just now and just go to the photos, pictures, and the first picture you will see taken by Time and New York Times, you won't be able to sleep today. You can't have food after that. Similarly, I was in Kerala, in Calicut. Calicut, on the same beach from where Gandhiji for the first time on 16th August 1920 made an announcement that it is a moral duty of all Hindus to support Khilafat, sorry, आजकल trending का ये Khilafat, because our Muslim brothers have been cheated by the Britain, and and from there Swaraj movement started. There was no Swaraj before that. And there was no Asahyog Andolan before that started. Asahyog, non-cooperation, was started basically to support Khilafat. He said, Khilafat ke liye we will not cooperate with the British government. Do you know that? Did you know that? Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. Even historians don't know that. Because all the books you have read on partition are 10% of truth, that's it. Indian students are not taught about cabinet mission. Because when you will be taught about cabinet mission, I am sorry, a lot of Hindus may not like to know the truth, but you will be shocked and surprised that every single person over there wanted two nations, including Ambedkar. They had their valid reasons that I am not getting into that. Only 2 people who were against it, you can't even guess their names. Because nobody taught you. One was Maulana Azad, and the second was Tara Singh, Sardar Tara Singh. And he said at that time, if you sow this seed now, then there will be a demand for Dalistan, Dalithistan, there will be for Dravidstan, and there will be for Sikhistan. He didn't use the word Khalistan. He said Sikhistan because tab Khalsa itna important nahi tha. He said that Tara Singh. And when I was reading the documents I got from Parliament of Cabinet Mission, suddenly my respect grew for that man who I didn't know. So our real heroes are very different from the people. Gopal Patha, for example, you are deliberately not taught about him, but look at what he did at that point of time. Suppose your children and your house is under attack and somebody comes to save you, isn't he like God to you? So we have deliberately taken out the pages from your family album, and now you have no clue who is your grandfather, or you ever had an ancestral house. If she had not spoken about Goa, nobody in India, before Shefali spoke about Goa, nobody in this country knew about Goa. Right? So what I am trying to do is, in Delhi Files, we are chronicling or documenting or registering, but we are telling a fascinating story of 100 years of Hindu genocide. Though it's 900 years of Hindu genocide, I am just taking 100 in the context of what is not known. Akbar Aurangzeb ne kiya bachcha janta hai, or he can imagine, we don't have to tell much. But this is a documented history by the Britishers, by the Muslim League, and by the Congress. So on these, only on these 3 documents we are making that film with our own research. We started in March 2020 when lockdown came, and we are at the last end of it, hopefully next month, and then we go for shooting that film. So that film is a very difficult film for everybody, you know, because पहले तो उसमें सिर्फ वो Islamist terrorist वगैरह involved थे, Kashmir files में, तो educationists will get involved, historians will get involved, whole lot of people will get involved. But somebody has to do it. It has to be done.
You know, you have described yourself as a disruptor, and I can see why, because that is what your filmmaking has been all about, disrupting the standard narrative and telling the truths. Now, I want to ask you the next question. See, you paved the path, and there were other courageous filmmakers as well who chose to tell uncomfortable truths, like Sudipto made Kerala story, like now Article 370 has just been released. But having said that, even though the films were commercially successful, there is still been cancel culture that you have had to face, that Sudipto has had to face. In this state, Kerala Files was not allowed to be screened, even though it was legally given a permission by the censor board, but the people of Tamil Nadu were denied. So this cancel culture still exists, and I am sure you have faced problems while showing your series on OTT or even showing your film on OTT. So when is this going to change? When is this cancel culture going to change? And why is even commercially viable movies are not making a dent in this, this established, I would say, clique of filmmakers and reviewers?
See, it's, cancel culture will change only when democracy, the structure of democracy changes, you know. Otherwise, it's impossible. When you make your democracy a competitive electoral game, then how will you cancel the cancel culture? It's impossible. It's a human nature. And it happens from all the sides. It's not, I mean, talking about cancel culture, if somebody wants to feel superior that, okay, we don't do it, somebody else do it, that's a lie. You are lying to yourself. All of us are cancelling somebody or the other all the times. All political Democrats cancel Republicans, Republicans cancel. Pandav were cancelled by Kaurav. They tried to, but they couldn't. So, वो मैंने देख लिया. I saw it in 2009, 10, 11, and after that I stopped bothering about cancel culture. If one is so bothered about cancel culture, don't come in the game. If you are in the competitive, fierce, like cutthroat, bloody game, then you should be prepared to get some blows and let some blood come out. You cannot say somebody has punched me. So I'm beyond that now. So I don't even care about cancel culture and all that. Okay, and if I start thinking about cancel culture, I won't be able to do what I am doing. So it's a strategy also, it's a tactic. I cannot afford to worry too much about cancel culture. And if I say I'm against cancel culture, then my conscience has to be very clear, have I cancelled somebody or not? Because we do that. We very often, in social media, we do it. Kuch acha nahi laga, keh diya, this guy is bogus and he's this, and we cancel, you know. So we cancel all the times in our mind or social. Urban Nexus, they try to cancel me, I cancel them, you know. And the next time मेरी एक book आने वाली है, अभी जल्दी काफी काम कर रहा हूँ उस पे. The next book, it's called Flaw, F-L-A-W, you know, Flaw. Basically, it's a flaw about flaw lobby, which is, there is a lobby in elite groups of India, you know, an elitist lobby, which is F for feminists, L for liberals, A for atheists, and W for wokes. Okay, and I'm very worried about them because they're the smartest, sneaky people. And I'm very worried because they will say, I'm right wing, मैं तो राम को मानता हूँ, कृष्ण को मानता हूँ, I'm this and that, टीका भी लगा लेंगे. They'll come inside you and दीमक की तरह से they will destroy you. So I'm very scared of them also. So, yeah, so I don't bother much about cancel culture. Yes, as long as you are not physically hurting somebody or you're not hurting somebody's bread and butter and dignity and reputation, credibility, I don't have the power to do that to anybody. People can do that to me. But as far as the films you spoke about, yes, now there also have two views about it. Since it's not a politically, to be on any political side, so I want to tell you something very honestly. And it's not got to do with these films. Wherever, in any field, wherever, there are always disruptors and innovators. Okay, people will do something different and something new. Like you started talking about saris and handloom and stuff like that, and temples and all. Now if somebody says, acha, she has got popularity, now I should also do it. Okay, they will also start and doing it. ठीक है, शुरू के एक दो लोगों को they will be successful. But everybody who tries to play like Sachin Tendulkar will never be successful. And what will happen, these imitators then ultimately end up destroying the credibility of that genre of product. This is what destroyed left system. Don't forget that. And we are making the same mistake because we Hindus, just like iPhone, when you buy it, there are some default apps you can't do anything about them. You can't even delete them, otherwise there will be no phone. It comes with the default 2-3 apps. Hindus also are born with 2-3 default apps.
Operating systems.
First, they don't even care that there is an enemy. Shatru bodh jisko kehte. They won't even know that there is somebody's mind. Arey nahi, acha hai, acha hai, acha hai. Ghar ke bade boole hote na, old people, they say no, trust him, and ultimately they realize by the time it's a bit late. But once they realize that there is an enemy, then they want to use the same enemy's tactics and strategy, then they want to become like him. And that's why you see our modern time battles and wars, we have lost many. Not one. Every time we go like this, we come back. After Mopla, we were winning. And then Direct Action Day came. And Jawaharlal Nehru said, no, Jinnah keeps talking, he won't do anything. But he did it. Then he said we should also become like them. Now we don't want one country, we want two countries. That's exactly what happened. Direct Action Day, Jinnah, Muslim League, do you know that Jinnah was such a pro-Hindu liberal person? He just changed for politics. Rangila Rasool, he fought our case. For Rangila Rasool, even the Tribune case, he was a lawyer for Hindus. So Jinnahs realized that these Hindus have a problem. Okay. They will imitate your gambit. Whatever gambit you play, they will say, we have to be better at this gambit. You know. So what he did was, he said, on 16th of August, 1946, on the day of Badr during Ramadan, he announced Direct Action Day, and he said, kill all Hindus, wipe them out, to such an extent, it's an open speech, it's a recorded, we have the recording. He said, create so much of terror, that after that, every Hindu leader says they want two nations. Okay? And then after the meeting, he told Soravadri and all these people, so he said, but you have gone, you have opened your cards in front of everybody. Prabhu ji, recorded बताऊं आपको. तो उसने बोला, Soravadri said, but you have opened your cards in front of everyone. He says, trust me, they will not believe it. And that's exactly, then the journalist went to Nehruji and he said that Jinnah has announced this. He laughed and he said, do you really think that Jinnah can do something like that? And he did it. 20,000 people were killed in a couple of days, 2 days, 3 days. And then after that, they said, we'll also become like that. And now let's kill all Muslims in that area. They tried, but they couldn't. Then Gandhiji came, then asked them to surrender. एक मैं यहाँ छोटा फिल्म की बात चली, एक एग्जाम्पल आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूँ. I want to share this with you. Have you seen movie Gandhi? I'll tell you how leftists do their propaganda. Have you seen film Gandhi? I can guarantee 90% of people sitting over here or anywhere in India or the world, whatever they know about partition or Gandhi, they know through that. Correct? There's a very important scene in that. After that Direct Action Day scene, Gandhiji is sitting and he's asking everybody to surrender their weapons, the guns and knives and everything, and everybody is blindly surrendering it. Then comes Om Puri. Remember Om Puri, the actor? He comes, he's a bit angry and all that. He says, no, I won't do it. Then Nehruji says, no, you have to do it. And ultimately he says, I respect Gandhi so much and blah, blah, blah. And he surrendered. Usme bhi Gandhi is a hero. But the truth, BBC has recorded. So I'm not saying Indian people. Okay, so forget it. Everybody trusts BBC. So let's go BBC. What BBC writes, what BBC has documented, they said that Gopal Patha went to Gandhi and he said, even if one my nail has been used to save Hindu brothers and sisters, I won't even give you the tip of that nail. That's what Gopal Patha said. And in the film, how they have shown it? And don't forget, it was a government-sponsored this thing. Second example I'll give you, don't mind it, but because you don't know how Hindus are gullible and how stupid we are that everybody can make fool of ourselves. These days I've been reading, everybody is saying Congress government brought Mahabharat and they brought Ramayana and they brought Mahabharat. Everybody today calls himself in last 10 years, I'm Sanatani, I'm Dharmik, and Jai Shri Ram and this, and everybody has become super Hindu. Huh? No, not in, no. Yeah. But if you see a general outside of the people, outside world, everybody, people who I've never seen for 50 years who put even one tika, today put big tika, because it's fashionable, it's fine. When bell bottoms come in fashion, you do that. If tomorrow this government is not there, they will say, okay, say, Jai Akbar, people will start saying if it's fashionable and money is involved. Now, Mahabharat, let's take Mahabharat. We are making, have you heard the name of S.L. Bhairappa?
Yes.
One of the greatest living writers, nobody can dispute it. Even leftists don't dispute that. He has written a book called Parv. Okay. So he asked me to make that into a film. He called me, said, you do it. So we bought rights and we are making it now. So first we were calling it Parv. A lot of people saying, don't call Parv, call it Mahabharat. So we'll think about that later, but we are making it. And that gave us access to all the versions. There are 11,000 versions, but right from Oriental. We are reading a lot, we are talking to a lot of experts of Mahabharat, real genuine experts, not today's experts, you know. कि बहती गंगा में हाथ धोने वाले नहीं. क्योंकि मुझे, I think a lot of people, them are not honest people, they're just doing it and that is fine. आप मुझे बताइए, what was the age of Arjun and Krishna in Mahabharat, B.R. Chopra's Mahabharat, which you have seen? They were 25, 30, good looking young heroes. And what was the real age in Mahabharat? Huh?
56, I think, Arjun.
60. And Krishna was around 70. Correct? That is the documented Bhandarkar's Oriental, every scholar of Mahabharata. And please pardon me, even I didn't know before this. Everybody, every leftists have recorded that. After Pune ki, that lady who has written a lot of about all the characters. Leftists have recorded this, rightists, Sanskrit scholars, foreigners, everywhere you go in the world. And nobody had any objections till date. Nobody even knows this. Now imagine if you show Jesus Christ as a 13-year-old kid, or you show Buddha as a 16-year-old child, or you show Muhammad Sahib as a 13, 14-year-old boy, will anybody tolerate that? We have been tolerating the distortion of our history. They changed a matured, wise, experienced Arjun to a young boy Arjun, and he started looking like he doesn't know, he's confused. Arjun was not confused in Mahabharata. He was asking larger questions which is like beyond human understanding. But today Arjun is portrayed as, you see any play, a young boy will play that role and he's confused. Acha mujhe pata nahi hai, bataiye Guruji main kya karu. No, it wasn't that relationship. They were friends. So like this, so many imagery and everything has been subliminally transferred into our mind. All I'm trying to do is I'm trying to correct it. I don't see Gandhi as a saint. I see Gandhi as a politician. I'll show him as a politician. There's nothing wrong in it. I'll show Nehru was not a statesman. He was a pure hardcore politician whose only objective, like a Coca-Cola CEO, was that everybody should buy my product. Nothing wrong with it. He wanted Congress to win. He was doing everything which has to be done to win, make Congress win. Like today's governments in whichever where, or central government, isn't our government saying 400 chahiye is bar, and they are doing everything to win that. So that is the nature of politics. But you and I are not politicians. We are not in the vote bank market. So we have to be honest to our craft and our art.
Talking about that, that brings me to my next question. Do you feel that all art is increasingly getting politicized now, whether it is dance, whether it is music, whether it is writing, whether it is filmmaking? I mean, not talking in the sense of taking sides. I am saying that pure art, pure creativity is somewhere getting waylaid by political narratives? Do you feel that? And if yes, then what is the way out? I mean, how do we encourage pure creativity?
Art is becoming political or not, but I know politics is becoming very artistic. We are now today in 2023 we are at, I think, most challenging time of Indian history, because two things are happening in this country. Lots of things are happening which experts can tell. I can just tell you about things which I understand. Number one, we are at such a growth level, at a level of development from where either we can create wonders, or we can just lose the momentum. So right now, if you ask me as a citizen, I think our top priority should be to let this momentum go and contribute as much. But अभी ताली बजाने की बात नहीं आई, अभी एक thought है. But if you look at the history of the world, history of humanity, you read 5,000 years of history, and you see why civilizations perished. Why societies perished? Why a very rich Roman Empire perished, or Ottoman Empire perished, or any Mongols ruled most of the world at that time. Why did they perish? Why Mughals perished? Why colonials perished? The reason is, it's my research, my understanding. I am not saying it's the most authentic. Please see it as just an alternate point of view. But it's very correct. Just let me warn you that when you run only after development or growth of a society, that every citizen should say, I'm doing economically well, the biggest price you have to pay is the soul of the society, which is art and culture. And with my own eyes, I have seen a very, very sharp decline of Indian art, literature, and aesthetics in last 10 years. I have never seen such economic growth, and I have never seen such cultural and artistic growth in this country. I do this experiment everywhere. I can do it now. Okay? Till say 2010, I mean, or थोड़ा और पहले चले, up to 2010, I would say decades में बांटते हैं. Almost everywhere you ask people, they knew at least 5 genuine, authentic Indian singers. If you ask people 5 poets, they couldn't say 5, they would say 2, 3 poets, क्योंकि तब थे. You could say these are the 5 greatest dancers of contemporary India. I'm saying contemporary, पुरानी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. You could say these are the 5 genuine film directors from India. These are the 5 genuine artists. आपको नाम पता था? आज today whatever artist name you know, I guarantee all those names are before 2010. एम एफ हुसैन पता होगा, ऐसे आपको रजा पता होगा, ऐसे 4-5 नाम पता होंगे. आज के किस आर्टिस्ट का नाम आप जानते हैं? जबकि इतनी पब्लिसिटी है, so much of social media, so much of PR, social media machine, because there is no genuine product. So what we did in this process, and it's not that it's happening in India, it's happening in lots of countries. But I respect Europe because they have allocated a huge budgets to protect their art and culture. That's why if you go to Europe, everywhere people are singing and playing music or writing poetry. They promote so much of art. We, today in the name of music, all you have is Bollywood music. And that is also Punjabi style Bhangra music. And why are you blaming? It's God. First, governments have nothing to do with it. Tell me, when your child's birthday is there, not in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, 2 places are still left out, what do you play? Bollywood films, some music. If there's a Janeo, you play that. If there is a professional corporate meeting, at the end, everybody is dancing to that. We have converted socializing to only party, drinking Bollywood music and no substance. Today we have collectively, there is no art and culture which India can showcase to the world. Name one and I will become your cultural slave for life. Name one. Seriously. There's nothing. Second loss, we have a huge loss. I am telling you, not like an elderly person that what is wrong with you, but I'm just warning you, and these are the things you must think about it. And we have a great leadership, great people who want to do great things, but the thing is they are so focused on this. Because art and culture was always a responsibility of the society. अपने बच्चे को कढ़ाई सिखाओ, डांस सिखाओ, teach your child classical music was parents' responsibility and school's responsibility. When I was studying, there was no school worth its salt in this country, Christian, this, that, where there was no Saraswati's statue. Today, there is no Saraswati statue. Even in people's house, every house, I can vouch for Brahmin houses, I don't know about other, but every single house used to have one Saraswati statue. Today, you have Durga and Lakshmi statue, no Saraswati statue. We have forgotten. We are so intoxicated with this new growth and flyovers and bullet trains and metros and getting name in the world, which is so important, that we thought that art and culture is also government's responsibility. I must have attended 100-150 literature festivals in last 10 years. This is the first time we are talking about cinema, art, literature. Every literature festival is a political festival. Who is responsible for this? Second thing is, there was a media, and the media used to address some common citizens' problems. मैं कल ही बता रहा था चंडीगढ़ में in a speech that 10 years ago when I moved to Bombay from Delhi, I used to hate reading, in 1990 I used to hate reading Times of India because they had so much of local news only about the city. First page and second and last page, everything else was about Bombay city. And I came from Delhi, I knew nothing about Bombay, where is Bhandup or Bhayandar and all. So I was least interested. And today if you open Times of India, there is no news about Bombay, there is news about everything else. Right? Media. So we have the world's most pathetic media in this country. Okay? Most pathetic. आपकी बात नहीं, मैं television की बात कर रहा हूँ. We have people who read from teleprompter. Look at our understanding, how we understand, how your children understand. Ask any child today, he will recognize him as media, he will recognize some anchor of TV as media. And who are these journalists? People who don't even know what they are going to say after 30 seconds. They read from a teleprompter. These are anchors. They are not journalists. But they have acquired the role of journalists. Who has acquired the role of an artist? The person who runs the art gallery. Who has taken the responsibility of showcasing Indian cinema? You all know that. This is the problem. To protect, without protecting your art and culture, we are destroyed. No growth. Many empires, the biggest of the economies have fallen like this because that is the soul if you won't protect it. And that's what I'm trying to do, make people aware with my work that how important, and Delhi Files, we are trying to do something about art and culture.
Thank you so much. Now I have 15 minutes. I'll open the floor for questions. I have just one request. Just ask questions. Do not make observations. Thanks.
Good afternoon, sir. About Kashmir Files, you are attempting to encourage the Chief Justices of India to take suo motu cognizance of the genocide and initiate action to bring the perpetrators to justice. I just wanted to know, you have any updates for us on that?
See, yeah, I mean, before Kashmir Files, the case was shut of those Air Force killings, you know, what happened. So Jammu and Kashmir High Court reopened that suo motu. Then Yasin Malik, you know, the government has asked the courts to give him the rarest of the rarest punishments. Then government has fined a tribunal recently, and they have asked all Kashmiri Pandits to come and report all the crimes which were done on them, which is a very good step. And a lot of Kashmiri Pandits, in the morning I was speaking to somebody, they have gone and recorded their things. I don't know what will happen, but these are the changes which have happened. And justice is not only what takes place in the court. Justice is also what you and I think, how perceptions change, that is also justice. If you think somebody was innocent and you figure out, no, he was the murderer, so that is a justice to the family of the victim. So when I went to do research of Kashmir files in Europe and US, most of the senators and congressmen and member of parliaments or journalists, everybody used to tell me that, see, whatever you say, but India has illegally occupied an Islamic land. That was the general perception about it, and nobody had done to change that perception. But now if I go, even if you go, anybody, so I met the same, who's chairman of Indian caucus. We had met him when we were doing research, and I met him recently. And now they say, oh God, I mean, why Indian government never created awareness about this, that Kashmir has always been an integral part of India. Can you believe it? Like Palestine. Everybody thinks Palestine is an original country, but you know, there was no Palestine before 1945, 46, 47, kab bana tho? 60s, huh? 48, sorry. There was nothing like that. So, but even everybody in the world believes that Israel and Palestine are two different places. So how you project yourself? So we are trying to use our films to as soft power of India to showcase them. I am single, so whatever best I can do, I can do. Yeah.
Asking something? Vivekji, I remember when your first write-up, means my first introduction to you was about your article on trolls and the way you trolls and the way you defended trolls, that they are not just trolls, they are the alternative voices that you, and I think it was 2013 or something. But that time, you know, still the website as a media platform was emerging. Today, because I come from a classical print media format where still there is a credibility, some form of credibility. Shabda Pramanya is still a very important thing in popular Indian mindset. From there to now, you know, I ask a journalist or students of journalism, what is your primary source of news? And the first response is Instagram. So, no, but largely now the current phase of student, it is Instagram. So, as a person who has traveled this journey from various platforms, even in, for example, in cinematic expression, it is the OTT that has captured the space. How do you see this technology playing the role in shaping the narratives, and what kind of cancel culture and, or rather I would say, monopolization of narratives that is emerging through technology? How do you see this?
Yeah, I remember that article. Yeah, I had written many years back article about smart trolls, and I had justified trolls, defended them, and I said trolls actually are alternate voice. It's like you are sitting and you are weirdly dressed and somebody makes a joke about it. It makes you conscious and you think about it and you change your dressing and don't look weird anymore, which is a right thing to do. And so, but at that time, social media had just come, this is before 2014. So it had just come and there were independent voices. Somebody was doing sarcasm on cricket, somebody was doing on politics, somebody on religion, somebody on that. So all those things were there. But one thing people won't know, you just cannot believe it, that Twitter, the most toxic place, every evening for 5-6 hours, till late 2-3, evening 7 o'clock onwards, it used to be the best place in the world for music, poetry, artistic talk, creative discussions, a whole lot of wonderful things. That all is gone because now It has been taken over by media and politicians, the most toxic people in the world. And so if you have Trump on one side, you have Putin on one side, then you have Mao on one side, then all kinds of countries trying to take this and influence your mind. The biggest challenge for them and for us is this technology is very good also. Okay, but this technology, because it's so unregulated, that we don't know what to do with it, and when human minds don't know what to do with something, they end up using it for destructive ways. There is a wonderful film, I recommend every human being must watch. It's called Gods Must Be Crazy. Have you seen it? Okay, so people who don't know, for their benefit, I'll just tell you that in Africa there is a small tribe, they don't even have a language. You know, they are so uncivilized. And they live happily, beautifully, no, they don't possess anything, they don't wear clothes, they have no problems. I can raise your child, you can raise my child, it's a nice commune. And one day from America, plane flies, 2 corporate executives drinking Coke and all that, and one of them, it's a low altitude aircraft, and one of them finishes the small Coke bottle. Earlier there used to be smaller Coke bottle. He finishes it and just throws it in the air, and it falls in that village. First, they don't know what it is. Okay, then slowly they find different utilities of that bottle. They start making food, they start breaking wood, then they find 1 million, they start digging holes with that. Then everybody realizes something of utility, something can be done with this. Then everybody wants to possess it. Okay, and everybody wants to possess, and possession has a great quality. It has competition, then it has jealousy, then you want to destroy the other party. It takes up then 2 tribes, it becomes 2 tribes, then tribals want to fight with each other, and then one most stupid idiot, he realizes that at the core the problem is this bottle, and he says, I'll go and throw this bottle at the end of the world. And he never finds end of the world, and they have to live with all the bad qualities of human beings. It's a very, very metaphorical and so funny. I mean, you just can't imagine. Every second you will fall off your chair laughing. So, and that's exactly what is happening. We don't know what to do with social media. We don't know how to use it. Now, एक हिंदू philosophy में concept है, there are 3 stages. There are 3 levels of this world. One is drashya, something is happening. Okay, I am talking right now, so I am Drash, somebody else will come, they will become Drash. And there is Darshak. Okay, and when the Darshak can see, Darshak and Drash together, you become Drishta. जिसको बोलते हैं seer, English में, S-E-E-R, seer. Then you become seer. पर आज भी टेक्नोलॉजी क्या हो गया है कि दर्शक has become drashya, or drash has become, darshaks have become drashya. Everybody is a drashya themselves, and we don't know what to do with this Coke bottle, so we have to find the end of the world and try and throw it somewhere. But social media cancel a troll, aap keh rahe the. See, 90% of the trolls are all organized trolls. They work for somebody. If something is happening, when my last film Vaccine War was releasing, around that time something happened, and some Bollywood super duper stars film also came and all that, and then everybody was attacking me from cinematic point of view. They were attacking my daughter and this and that. When both the films faded away, now political trolls come in and all those kind of things. But you have to create the skill how to deal with trolls and these kind of things. It's a very bad world, and please don't be on social media if you can.
Only one more question, please. Time is up. Only one more question. Jamna.
Yeah. So thank you for this session. And do you have any idea to show the last 200 years?
I saw her standing, so.
Okay.
I'll take your question.
We'll take.
Do you have any idea to show the last 200 years of Tamil Nadu's Dravidian?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm a
this Dravidian files is much needed here.
See, See, when I made Buddha in a traffic jam, my shoulder was broken. When I made Tashkent files, I still have 2 or 3 cases going on. So there were some 15, 14 legal attacks on me cases. By Kashmir files, I didn't even care about physical attack or legal attacks, but then there was a different kind of attack and fatwas and all that. And for last 1.5 years, I haven't traveled with my children and wife. I mean, we don't travel in the same car, nothing. I don't go out. I used to see one film every week in theaters. I haven't gone to theaters in 1.5 years. I don't go to restaurants. I can't go anywhere. You know, a lot of places I can't go to. So, now with Delhi files, I exactly know what is going to happen. इस मरवाना ही चाहते हो क्या? खत्म हो जाए. Let somebody else do it.
Yeah, Jamna.
But enough, yeah. I don't want to get involved in Ambedkar versus any other politics. You know.
Yeah.
पर मैं आपको एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ. I want to tell you something. Just half a second. It's very important. I tell you, and I've been wanting to talk about it. At least, maybe I'm a bad guy, but a conversation must start with this. Everybody talks about hate against somebody. Okay? What is hate? When I say you should hate your mother or your father or your friend, that is hate. Okay? But if my behavior evokes hate against me, that's not hate. Hate is when you provoke somebody to feel hatred towards something or somebody, that is hate. I have been going to Nagpur for a very long time, and I never saw it. Recently, 1 month ago, I was in Nagpur. I was going for research to Sevagram, to Gandhi Ashram. So my assistants were with me. So I asked this guy, तुम लोग जाके ये क्यों नहीं जाते हो? Go and see Ambedkar's where he became Bodh and his bhumi, क्या बोलते हैं? बौद्ध भूमि, चैत्य भूमि है. हाँ, नहीं, चैत्य नहीं. चैत्य भूमि बोलते हैं. Diksha Bhumi, sorry. Where he took Diksha. Diksha Bhumi. And I have been there many times. Believe me, मैं कई बार तो government की तरफ से भी गया हूँ, लोग भी ले गए. I have been there. I posted a lot in praise of that place because you go inside and you read wonderful documents. I have written a lot about it. My assistant sent me, who's a apolitical person actually. His department is not even writing and research. His job is just to record on the camera. So most apolitical, maybe he abuses me after recording, I don't know. So because these are paid people. So from there, he said, have you ever been there? I said, why? He said, I've never seen such a hateful place in my life. I said, why? He sent me 22 vows of Ambedkar ji, Baba Saheb Ambedkar, from there to me. I posted it same day on social media. Please do me a favor, go after this and read those vows. It says, it will provoke you to hate Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, hate every Brahmin. It uses the word hate. In fact, instead of saying that these people should be destroyed from the world, it has been paraphrased in little different language. But whose greatness is it? People who accepted it, and still we call him the author of our constitution. Those people. It is their greatness, because Patel also wrote the constitution. There were 15 or 16 women who also wrote that constitution. Nobody, because of our failed communist education system, nobody knows about them. Right? So you must understand, before saying that Hindus are this and that, one should understand people who hate us and write it in the plaque. Right at the entrance of Diksha, if I sometimes ask if Buddha were reborn, and if he has to read those 22 vows, what would he say? Imagine, Buddha will be the fourth person to say this is wrong, this is sin. But we give him the highest place. There is no prime minister ever, there will be no prime minister ever in the future who will be ever be able to say one word against this. I am saying it, you try and say it. Nobody can say it, because it's not a problem with Hindus or Brahmins and Dalits. It's the problem with this divisive politics which is being done around caste. I think today's India is trying to move away from that. Caste is where fathers have done some sin and a child is trying to get away from that. Give him that space. Give that respect, that dignity, that I am trying to change my past, I am trying to re-engineer my destiny and my future. You give them that respect all over the world. Instead of that, we are always abused and shamed in the world, and I am absolutely against it. These people who are doing it, they are the first to be cancelled.
Jamna, last question, and then we'll conclude.
I'm sorry I extended the time, but it was important to tell you this.
I see two very powerful people sitting there. I'm talking about in terms of media influence. As a mother and as a grandmother, I have one serious concern. What can you people do to ensure that, children will not listen to us. They prefer to get advice through social media, Instagram, Twitter. And so what can you people, like you are a very powerful media person, sense that you make beautiful films which come out with the truth. Can you not come out with something which takes our children and grandchildren back to the roots, where, where we have failed to instill that sort of a upbringing that we had, the kind of peace we feel, the contentment.
See, I understood what you're saying, but then taking your children to your ancestral home, you cannot outsource that job. You have to do it. How can I do it?
I have
Nobody
one
in this
question.
world can do it.
What about people who don't have an ancestral home? See, that is a practical reality of people living in
roots,
cities.
See, even a banyan tree also has roots, and a small plant also has roots, you know, finding the roots. And what are roots, first of all? If you want to, your child, like in America, they show Mahabharat serial all the time, then you're showing a banyan tree's child, you're showing the roots of a people tree. You know, you are showing wrong Mahabharat. Every incident you shown in that is so hilarious. I mean, it's like a satire on Mahabharat. It's so bad and pathetically done, but we like it because there has never been any Mahabharata on TV. So we say whatever it is, it's wonderful. It's like somebody going to just one temple, he will do everything, he'll buy new clothes and everything, but if you go every day, you realize that yes, temple doesn't mean that you ignore the thugs sitting outside. You have to look at things in completeness. So similarly, children is parents' responsibility. I cannot be responsible for your child. All I can do is, I can show him with my craft and art and skill.
Exactly, that is exactly what.
But one thing you can do, we did 25 years ago, cut the bloody TV from your house. All kinds of TV, don't have TV. Tell me something, let's end it on a good thought. Tell me something, if I ask you to eat something which is bad for your body, if you have diabetes, do you eat sugar? No, no.
If I know and if I understand.
Yeah, if you know, if you have it, if your child has a problem who doesn't understand, as a mother, will you let him, suppose he is allergic to, say, peanuts, will you let him eat peanuts? No. Correct? Why do you think mind is not part of your body? Listen to me first. Why do you think mind is not part of your body? You don't let you consume toxic food in your stomach, but you want toxic thoughts, ideas, everything in any kind of junk you can put in your body. Do you keep eating food throughout the day? No. But you keep consuming toxic food for your mind throughout the day. That is your problem. You are lazy, you have subscribed to Netflix, you are watching TV, you have given access to your children to this thing, then you can't complain. So,
Mr.
think like this.
That was not my...
Jamna, I think we can take it from here. The time
We'll talk
is up
offline.
and we have
We'll
other
talk.
sessions.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Vivek. As always, it was a pleasure to be in conversation
Thank you,
with you.
Shefali.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bharatji. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sri Vivek Agnihotri ji. May I now request Sri Jai Kishan Jhave, founder of Siddhartha Knowledge Foundation and founder of SMART, our sponsor for this event, to honor Sri Vivek Agnihotri ji. Thank you, Sri Vivek Agnihotri ji. It was a wonderful walkthrough, and you gave us a lot of insight into the making of the movie. And at the end, it was also like an advice from a life Someone who has 2 decades of experience in research on media and academics. Shri Pradeep Bhandari, the founder of Jan Ki Baat, a sophologist, someone who keeps telling us about the election and an election commentator, a political commentator. And with them in conversation is Shri Karthik Gopinath. Shri Karthik Gopinath is a former model, a lawyer, a political analyst, and Tamil Nadu Bharatiya Janata Party State Vice President of Social Media Cell. With them in conversation is Hridaya Ramani, journalist from Commune. May I request the members of the audience to take your seat, please? Our panelists are ready. I request the members of the audience to please take your seats.
So, Vidya?
Namaste everyone, Ram Ram. So the topic for this session is media narratives in modern Bharat. And before we begin, I would like to tell Prafullah sir that in Tamil Nadu, the commune is not considered as RSS's mouthpiece and not organizer. So that is how the narrative is set here. So getting down to the questions, how do you think media has changed in the last 10 years? The disgruntled leftist media, who were once the gatekeepers of information, are now sad that their narratives don't sell. What are the changes you're seeing over the past 10 years? Opening remarks from all of you, please.
Thank you, Vidya. See, frankly speaking, RSS has never claimed organizer to be mouthpiece and definitely not commune to be the mouthpiece. It's the people who believe in the concept of mouthpiece has branded others as mouthpiece. Mouthpiece are the only documents which are given by the General Secretary of the Communist Party to the cadre. Not even once in last 11-12 years since I have been editor of Organizer, not even once my editorial policy or editorial has been dictated by either RSS Sarasangachalak or Sarkareva. It is the others who wanted us to bracket as mouthpiece simply because when they didn't want alternate point of view to exist. So if you can't kill a person but can kill a dog, call him a dog and then kill. Simple. That has been the left strategy. They are frustrated now because these alternative voices are coming up in such a large extent that they are now speaking or telling the stories which were not allowed to tell earlier. Now many people ask me, how do you see Commune, for example, or Swaraj or many other such. I say I am really happy. Because now it is not at one point, when the partition took place, we spoke about the Hindu refugees from Pakistan and faced the censorship. The first ever censorship in independent India was imposed on Organizer. First Amendment came because of that. Nobody spoke about, nobody called Nehru a dictatorial, curbing media, press freedom for this. But last 10 years, we are seeing this debate, especially in international media, about, freedom of press has gone down, India's, number in the free press index has gone down. Really? I think in last 10 years, first time ever, I'm seeing a scenario where there are open government or prime minister bashers roaming around openly. If there is at all, we have lost some kind of media freedom, either with the help of either excess use of money through advertisement or literally curbing voices with the hard hand. It is at the state level. Here I will not quote about the DMK government for the obvious reasons. Gopinath can. But in Kerala, if you take the cases, last year there are at least 12 journalists or social media activists. If you take the case of Bengal, if you take the case of earlier government in Maharashtra, you will find many more cases where you can't even question the existing government. Unfortunately, nobody makes narrative out of it. That is the difference. The social media has given a lot of space to those alternate voices. That is the frustration. People are now coming out openly, like Vivek was talking about the film. It is true about media also. There are many voices. We have Abhas here somewhere, and then he has written a book in 2018 called Ex-Communist or Ex-Marxist Manifesto. So now people have started coming. There are many social media handles who are calling themselves ex-seculars. The secular, which was a matter of pride maybe 10-15 years ago, has become a virtual abuse now because it stood for the hypocrisy that we have seen in Indian politics and intelligentsia. It is true with media also. So I think media is in a transition phase. We are opening up to global reality. We are standing up for what we are as a society. We are ready to tell our own story in our own words. We are not seeking recognition from the West. So, but I see it in transition. That the real fight that is going to happen in next few decades is perhaps over who is controlling the data and technology. That is going to be the real fight. That is my understanding.
Thank you so much. And let me begin by saying Jai Shri Ram. That's the change which you see in the media which has happened and in the populace which has happened, because 10 years back, if somebody from the mainstream media would say Jai Shri Ram on air or would say it on a stage, then it will be looked from a point of view of questioning. See, I am convinced of this fact, and I completely agree with Prafulji, because we've debated a lot on television, on panels, that India today is seeing a media which has moved from a dictatorial monopoly to a democratic, decentralized space where every voice with great amount of content and value will be heard. India has moved away from a media which believed in appeasement and communal narrative to a place where developmental narrative and Sanatani narrative has also got a place. India has moved away from a place where there were gatekeepers in order to decide who should actually be a journalist and who should not be a journalist, to a scenario where anybody who believes in the growth of country, who believes in the Sanatani values of this great country, can speak up. So what has happened is that media was under the control of few, and now it has actually been a scenario, particularly with the information decentralization which has taken place, that a lot of people like Karthik and many have come up with the alternate point of view, or I would say the right point of view. Now, when that happens, a lot of false and fake narratives have been busted. Say, for example, the fake narrative of communism. We've been taught, I grew up in the 90s, that communal politics in this country started in the early 90s. But the truth of the matter is that the communal politics in this country started from the era of Jawaharlal Nehru, when he decided to follow a policy where the state has to be distant from the religion, but only one religion, which was the Hindu religion, and follow secularism as a tenet where appeasement was practiced in the garb of secularism. Now, today you see people questioning that. I am speaking this from a land which taught you that Dravidism is something which is anti-religion and anti-center, but now you see voices coming up in the state which say that Tamil Nadu is also as Sanatani as anybody else. I can tell you that, and why am I seeing this change? When I was in Ayodhya, and I was there after the Pran Pratishtha, Prafulji was also there, and I stayed there for 3 days. I got people from Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Bengal. I was speaking to all of them, and I saw that Prabhu Sri Ram connected everybody. A person from Tamil Nadu was also as connected to Ram as a person from Andhra was, a person from Bihar was, a person from Bengal was. And we were taught that Ram is something which is only to do with the Asta of the Hindi heartland. So all these fake narratives have been busted, and I'll tell you why. I have come to this conclusion, Prafulji, and this is something which I would say as somebody who's in the last 9 years dwelled a lot into primary data, particularly to do with elections and politics, that leftists per se are individuals who speak great English. They sell mediocrity as meritocracy, and then they make you believe that that mediocrity is actually true. Now, you have individuals who have access to primary data on any field, whether it is media, whether it is film, whether it is politics, and all of them are questioning their narrative. And simple example, whether it is in psephology, I've seen frauds who never had access to any primary data. I have come across journalists who do not come prepared with their debate, who debate on farmer protests, but they do not know exactly what the full form of MSP is. So all of this is being now questioned in social media. Nobody today can claim that he's forming the narrative of this country. Earlier, the issue was that the media thought that who should be the prime minister and who should not be the prime minister would be decided by few channels in Noida. Now, that is no longer the scenario. Whatever the mainstream channels can run, want to run, that cannot be against the will of the people of the country. So what has happened is that for the first time in this country, you have a prime minister who's become a full-time Sanatani prime minister, not because of the media, but despite of the media. So when that has taken place, the media has to adjust itself on understanding that it has to only show what the people of the country are thinking, no longer in order to impose their opinion of what they think should be the people of India thinking. So now it doesn't happen that the editor will say, oh, this should be what the people are thinking. No, the editor has to take the feedback, and whatever is the ground pulse, whether it is from the ground or the social media, the editor has to only reflect that. That is what has changed. So if I ask you that today we are for the first time after 70 years living in a truly democratic spirit and democratic mind space. And there are few YouTubers who live in Germany who've never visited this land, who only believe in recording a video from YouTube studio in Germany and never travel to the country, say that this country is going dictatorial. I ask them that if that tenet and logic is applied, then that tenet and logic should be applied in places like West Bengal, where I am seeing Sandesh Kali, and not even one journalist from Bengal who is not speaking the narrative that the state government wants to speak to is not filed an FIR. So if true dictatorial media is run in this country, it is run by respected state governments, because the business model of state-run channels are such that it cannot thrive without state government advertising. So if you want to speak about truly democratic individuals at the state government level, it will be those on the social media. So if I look at it, I completely second what Prafulji said, that I am seeing that today, if you have content, if you have primary research, you are no longer an individual who will be stopped by the gatekeepers in any field. So that is where the frustration is, that the have-nots who had mediocrity in their mind, who had secondary research in their mind, are now being truly called out by those who have credibility and content and primary research.
Welcome to all. Welcome to my panelists, co-panelists. Jai Shri Ram from a Chennai wala. That is the first big change. That is the first big change that has occurred in media. And see, if I have to point to finer details, they've been talking about the macro details, I'll point to the finer details, the ones that the media personnel will miss the most. It's traveling with the Prime Minister's entourage, having costly champagnes, tasting the best wines, and staying in the topmost hotels in the world at public exchequer's cost. That is the biggest media change that has occurred. It has been cancelled out for all the top journalists who took pride in doing that. And the second, fascist thing the current government has done is they've taken away the right to live telecast all the terrorist shootings so that, terrorists can take cue from, okay, special forces are landing here, chalo, we will change our strategies. That democratic right has been taken away by the BJP government. That is yet another change that has happened. And so much so that the mainstream media has become so outdated that all the top names that you have, they have individual YouTube channels competing with us. All the top channels, they have their own YouTube channels because they know for a fact that the size of the viewership or the size of the watch screen is shrinking. It's now shrunk to the size of a mobile phone, and data points towards interesting trends, very interesting trends and healthy trends which can kick away the gatekeepers. You don't need a gatekeeper. There is no more entry-level barriers. So democracy is about individuals. It's about individual consensus and not institutional consensus. The major change that has occurred in the last 10 years is it's about individual consensus and no more about institutional consensus at Noida or Delhi or top boardrooms of all these media organizations. So anybody with the will and the right intention can start pushing narratives. So that is the biggest thing that has happened. And I believe that with 30 crore Twitter accounts, and roughly 50 crore Instagram and Facebook accounts, India leads the world. So roughly $1.45 billion is the advertisement cost in these platforms last year, $1.45 billion, which points out to the fact that people are putting their money where the eyeballs are. And people are putting their money where the eyeballs are, and so politicians will start taking up this space. Political narrative will be set in this space. So no more there is any need for these big institutions to tell us what is needed. Data and current events are being personalized according to choices. So this is a very welcome change in current scenario, and I think I've been a beneficiary of it. I run a YouTube channel, and then of course I got into the party. So I understood one thing, that you don't have to depend on these gatekeepers anymore, which is a welcome change. And I'm sure as the show progresses, we will be pointing towards details, how social media narratives are very important in current day trends.
Thank you so much for that. You all mentioned social media. So last year in September, we had this watershed, do we call it watershed? Udayanidhi's talents eradicate Sanatan Dharma remarks. Now this video was clipped and posted on Twitter by an anonymous account, and slowly it picked up, and Commune also created an article on that. That also, it was shared widely. The video was subtitled and it reached the north. Do you think this, how do you, they eradicate those remarks had an impact on the Hindi belt elections? And if they did, will the current narrative, that is the tax devolution charges and on the farmer protests and things happening, will they have an effect on the upcoming elections?
Pradeep is the right person perhaps to talk about this, but what I can tell you for sure, because when we first saw that an organizer did a cover story on Sanatan Dharma controversy, and suddenly it became a big news all over. I don't know what will happen to Tamil Nadu politics and DMK. Congress definitely is on the back foot, because Congress is finding it difficult to continue with this dotted alliance after Sanatan Dharma remarks, because everywhere Congress is being questioned on this. And for their misfortune, Kharge's son came out in support, and Karnataka also started resonating the same tone. So it again connected with not just Udayanidhi, but Kharge dynasty and the Gandhi dynasty. So the dynastic politics and their anti-Sanatana stand, that also narrative got pushed somewhere in the... So what has happened, Rudya, because of this, social media thing is, narratives are all about stories. So you tell certain stories in a particular fashion, and then you establish them as so-called mainstream, right? What used to happen, that the stories about India or political correctness about the stories always used to be from a prism that was guided by the left liberal ideological thing. So it's fine if you are mocking or abusing, Hindu sentiments, but that was considered as liberal. But in the same breath, because liberal has to be secular, so everybody who is a liberal, secular and intellectual cannot have the same rule for any other religious sentiment. That had changed drastically. And if this trend continues, you are asking me for 2024, I think, yes, Sanatan Dharma negatively will definitely have an impact on India Alliance, but at the same time, I think Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha will positively have impact on the... So it is a kind of, mix of both that is going to decide the outcome of 2024.
So will these farmer protests also have an impact?
I don't think it has exhausted as an ammunition, I believe. Whatever impact is there, it is going to be in Punjab or some parts of Haryana. Uttar Pradesh, I think the western part is largely out of this agitation mode now. Nobody is standing with tickets for this. Rest of the places where already anti-BJP space is there may be some regional parties who will try to, instigate in the name of farmers' protest. But, all over, if you think as a Lok Sabha election, I see I think this is a last effort by the entire alliance of forces. I'm not talking about just the India Alliance. India Alliance is just the political, expression of it. I'm talking about the global forces, ideological forces that have come against Rising Bharat. I think this is the last ditch that they are making just before elections, such somehow some form of violence will actually have, but I personally believe that it will be a wishful thinking. So, Pradeep?
So, let me, Prafulji highlighted a lot of points. Let me answer your question as straight as possible. Do I see a rise of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Tamil Nadu, and do I see a counter-polarization taking place because of Udayanithi Stalin's statement and Congress suffering massively? The answer to both of them is yes. And I do not see any of these as my opinion. I say it as pure facts, and I'll give you basic examples. See, before coming here, the last week, I was in Tamil Nadu for at least 3 to 4 days. And I traversed to different parts of Tamil Nadu. I traversed to Tenkasi, I traversed to Coimbatore, I was in South Chennai. What I could see as a marked difference this time vis-a-vis 2019 is last time I was seeing a hate for the Bharatiya Janata Party and non-acceptance for the BJP in 2019. Right now, I am seeing individuals coming across openly and saying that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has done good for the country. Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha is a huge thing. I have come across women who've told me that when 22nd January Pran Pratishtha took place, in their villages they had lit diyas, and they're all ladies in interior parts of Tamil Nadu. I see an acceptance for Annamalai happening gradually in different parts of Tamil Nadu. So the barrier which was there in the Dravidian politics, where anybody from center was looked as somebody who's a Hindi heartland person, somebody against the Dravidian culture, that has been broken by the Prime Minister. And this is where I see a party which was a 3% vote share will be doing significantly well this time. And you will see that because the psyche and even that barrier has changed. See, politics is always a 10-year journey. So what happens tomorrow, I don't know, but definitely that has changed. Now, with respect to the Congress, see, the Congress party today is no longer, you need to understand, in this I completely second with Prafulji, is a front of forces which believe that ultimately this country should not be governed forward by accepting Sanatan. Rahul Gandhi today is the poster boy, and if you see his speeches, understand entire methodology with Congress is working, it's gone to the extreme far left. Now Congress got 52 seats last time. And out of those 52 seats, 23 seats came from Punjab and Kerala. This time Congress is no longer the primary party in Punjab. So with respect to the farmer protest, there is nothing for the BJP to lose because BJP was not the primary party in Punjab. Whatever happens, again, if the AAP does or the Congress loses, it's for the Congress to lose. Imagine the scenario of Congress that a seat like Bharuch, which belonged to Ahmed Patel for more than 3.5–4 decades, that it has outsourced to the Aam Aadmi Party. So Congress Party in 2024 might end up seeing its worst performance. In fact, in Raebareli, the fact that Sonia Gandhi contests from a Rajya Sabha seat, because I have travelled there and can tell you from the ground that for the even Raebareli, people want Narendra Modi's development, and the last 3 elections in Raebareli, Sonia Gandhi and Congress's vote share is reduced by 7–8%. 2009 it was 70% plus, 2014 it was 60 something, and 2019 elections was 52–53. So you will see that decline. So yes, and you are not living in an era in this country where, say, Udayanidhi Stalin gives a statement in Tamil Nadu, it will not have an effect in other parts. India today, when information decentralization with every video reaching a WhatsApp is connected. So if you think that Udayanidhi Stalin, ridicules the Sanatan Dharma and the Congress party does not condemn it and still continues to be in that alliance, it will definitely affect. You saw Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, where despite all the hua, what happened to the Congress party? In all the 3 elections, it was wiped out. In fact, even in tribal belts of Bastar, where the Congress did not lose, even in 2013 and 18 when Raman Singh was there, this time the BJP could get votes. So you are seeing at this moment in 2024, all these statements definitely affecting, but you are seeing a huge surge of Sanatan, and as in the Ayodhya Ram Mandir has connected with the hearts of the people, and this change you will see in May when the results will come up, because people are saying कि ये जो सोचा था हमने कभी हो ही नहीं सकता और ये हो गया है. This is something which is completely different. So I would rate this even above economic development, because this is to do with the core of who we are. That's what I can say.
Hridaya, your question was, how is the social media narrative going to be different with respect to these 2 incidents? One is the farmer protest, and if we are so positive that it is because of Sanatana Dharma narrative of Udayanidhi Stalin that we were able to win the North Indian states convincingly, will it not have the same effect with respect to the farmer protests? See, you're comparing chalk and cheese here. With respect to the statements of Udayanidhi Stalin, I think it's the confessional statement of a dynast, which carries so much value. It is like admitting to crime, that we've been saying that these people are against the Sanatana Dharma for ages. But his grandfather had the wisdom and the political subtlety to do it very subtly. He didn't do it overtly. He did it covertly. But this person does not have the understanding or political maturity to, handle this differently. So this is more of a statement of guilt, admission of guilt, where he said openly that our intention is to eradicate Sanatana Dharma, which is 80% of the faith of this population. So he wants to eradicate. Whereas the other protests that keep happening, that keeps happening on a routine basis. But there is a key difference in the way these protests are being handled by BJP and Congress. Take the case of India against corruption. There was no ground connect with the protesters, but ground connect is being established silently by the BJP. And simultaneously, the narrative war is being won in the social media, where all the fallacy of these protesters, all these so-called poor farmers are being exposed simultaneously, when BJP is doing everything it can to engage with the protesters. Just like we engage with China, just like we engage with talks in all possible ways, we are doing the same internally also. Now coming to the next point about DMK's presence here, DMK's Sanatana Dharma, will it actually have an effect here? We have enough material with us to counter DMK even without Sanatana Dharma in Tamil Nadu. Because the very presence of DMK is enough for people to be dissatisfied. All they have to do is rule for 5 years. People will give them a sabbatical for 10 years. Case in point, last elections, 2011, you saw them, they were out of power for 10 years. So every time there is a valid opposition, every time there is a strong opposition, a viable opportunity in Tamil Nadu, people go and grab it. And that is why this time we are super confident, and I'm sure Prafullaji, Ketkarji and Bhandariji will agree that they have seen it on the ground. The swell for Mr. Annamalai, which is something unheard of. So we had options like Vijaykanth or a flash in the pan like Mr. Kamal Hassan. Both. We had options, but they were not viable, sustainable options. So we have a long-term plan of establishing Sanatana Dharma here. So we are not worried about it at all. So we're going to take the fight there. We're going to set the narrative game. We're going to go on the offensive, defensive. There is no more defensive here. So be rest assured, it will be reflected in the polls. And I'm sure...
So the biggest change is, we are having a lit fest in Chennai. We are having faces who are not termed as, the fascist, and they are not journalists, and we are able to speak whatever we want. And, earlier it used to be a prerogative of only leftist journalists to be an independent journalist. Now editor, organizer can come, Karthik can come, Pradeep can come and speak. That itself is a big change.
So that being said, freedom of press, freedom of speech is a big question, because last year at least, I can't remember, but there have been several instances of, curbing of freedom of speech, especially in non-left, how do you say, the non-left was targeted, especially in Tamil Nadu. You have West Bengal. The commune was also targeted last year for merely reporting a press meet held by Dikshitars in Chidambaram. So even now Sandesh Khali is happening, but reporters are not being allowed there, or those who are trying to report FIRs are being filed and stuff like that. So press has, the left has come up with this freedom of speech khatre mein hai, democracy khatre mein hai, and all that. How do you think, what are your thoughts on this? How should we, how is this narrative going to be
It is the same as Islam khatre mein narrative. The people who actually kill the democratic voices, I always ask that the media freedom depends on who is owning the media and who is funding the media. These two sources are going to decide your narratives. Delhi media will never talk anything against the Aam Aadmi Party government simply because it is the 800 crore advertisements will ever try to speak against the government. Whether corruption charges are true or not is not the point. The point is whether you are reporting the reality or not. Sandesh Khali is true or not, the investigation agencies will find out. But if some woman is coming out and talking about Sheikh Shahjahan, and Tamil Nadu, Tamil channels are not reporting about it, then is it media freedom? So they have actually, created the narrative of media freedom based on selective truth. The truth that is convenient to certain ideological position. So I personally believe that this is a systematic narrative that is built in last 10 years, and they will try continuing that in the coming days post 2024, as they have been saying that there will be no democracy after it. Every election to 2019 also they were saying this is the last election. Now 2024 also they are saying this is going to be the last election. If Modi gets elected, there will be no democracy. So you create fake narratives. There was one researcher in, I think, Michigan, who did first thesis on Hindu militancy and religious or fanatic politics, something like that. He was J. Karan. He did his first research in 1951. Around the same period, there was one pastor in Kerala who wrote a book on RSS. This was about RSS. The other book was also on RSS, written not by RSS cadre, by a Kerala pastor. And he wrote a book that RSS, the true carrier of Hindu Swaraj. No PhD on RSS has ever quoted this book on RSS as true carrier of Hindu Swaraj. Everybody has quoted J. Karan. That is the difference. Yeah, that's because if you are doing a PhD, at least in your literature review, you should at least quote him that there such literature exists. But it is not there. So the selectivism, and if your freedom depends on selectivism, then it is not freedom. It may be golden cage, or maybe it is, a freedom that allows you to set what kind of cabinet you will have, what kind of policies you have, and what Karthik said about, what kind of travel or what kind of class you will get while traveling with Prime Minister. Many people have lost, it is a direct attack on many people's roji roti. So, they will have a narrative of freedom of press in danger.
See, this whole core of freedom of press not being there, democracy not there, democratic values in question. Let us look at it very factually. As of October 2023, there were 13 governments in this country, state governments, which did not have a BJP rule. Now, from December 2023, still 10 governments are there which did not have a BJP rule. It is not the problem of those who believe in Sanatan or those who believe in, say, Hindu religion, those who believe in taking the Sanatan values forward, that the Sanatan is accepted in quote-unquote non-traditional geographies. 2014, Bengal did not had Bharatiya Janata Party getting 20 seats, 18 seats. What happened in a time span of 5 years? The same geography, which was considered to be the bastion of the left per se, got 18 seats to the BJP with a 40% vote share. Telangana, which till 2014 was completely obsolete. The RSS will not be accepted in Telangana. You will not see people saying Jai Shri Ram in Telangana. What happened in 2019? The BJP got 4 seats and 14% vote share, 19% vote share, which is a jump of more than 100 to 150%. Northeast, Prafulji has worked so integrally there. Well, remember, people used to say, no, this is a different culture. How can this accept individuals, the RSS? How can it accept the political party which believes in, Sanatan? What has happened in Northeast right now? It is swept completely by saffron. I have stayed in Tripura in 2 successive elections for months, and I have seen development work on the ground. I've seen people accepting ideology on the ground. Now, why is this happening across geographies? Why is it that the graph of those who believe in Sanatan is increasing? 2009, the Congress party got 10 crore votes in this country. 2014 also it got roughly 10 crore votes in this country, and around in 2019 also it got roughly between 10 to 11 crore votes in this country. 2009 the BJP got 7 crore 80 lakh votes in this country. 2014 it increased to 15 crores, and in 2019 it increased to 22 crores. So which means this additional 15 crore are not individuals who've always said Jai Shri Ram. Those are new people who've accepted Sanatan, who've accepted the ideology, who've accepted the leader. So what is happening gradually? That India is gradually turning saffron, or you can say that India is gradually going back to its roots. So it's not that, if Prafulji will today say something to the audience, and if the audience does not believe in it, it's not necessary that the audience will buy that argument. Similarly, if the voter does not believe in it, the voter will not take it forward. The truth is that falsehood has been defeated, and it is getting defeated gradually in every geography. And this is why you see that every second land is turning saffron, because Bharat traditionally was always saffron. And that myth has always been broken. This is why you see that the baseline of the thinking has changed. Today in this country, no longer can you get the popular will by ridiculing Ram, ridiculing Sanatan. That has changed in the last 70 years for the first time, being a democratic nation. That is what I can tell you.
See, I have a simple test, Rudya. For last 75 years, RSS is the most abused organization in India. And in last 20 years, Modi is the most abused political leader in India. But nobody has got arrested for that. You try that in Tamil Nadu. Every time Rahul Gandhi says this, and I'm quite surprised, how blatantly he does that. He will come to the stage, call Prime Minister Chor, make baseless allegations about oil, about Adani, about Ambani, everything. And after coming down, he will tell media, press freedom khatam ho gaya. Oh, you are making outrageous statement right now, and nobody is questioning that. Here, people will think twice, even speaking truth about DMK, about Udayanidhi. Everybody will think twice. Why? This is the difference.
In fact, all these people, all these, people who are on the YouTube, which Karthik was talking about, who criticize the Prime Minister, 90% of their revenue comes for criticizing the Prime Minister. So the person who is responsible for giving them so much of revenue is Modi bashing. So they should be the first people to thank Narendra Modi, because of his inka ghar chal raha hai.
Exactly, and the point is, see, if you're talking about threat to democracy and threat to freedom of press, who handles law and order? It's a state subject. So majority of the cases, last week, there was a case on a BJP Karyakarta for participating in a hashtag, which was going viral all along. So we were remembering the martyrs of the Coimbatore bomb blast, who sacrificed their lives. I mean, there was a hashtag for that, and cases were put for this simple thing. So who is behind this cancel culture? Who is behind this anti-democratic culture? It is definitely not the BJP. And I, to a certain extent, believe that the BJP is very soft, because we have roughly 90% of the YouTube space here where they abuse the Prime Minister. They abuse Hinduism. It's okay to abuse a political personality, but they abuse Hinduism. And one case on 295A is not registered in Tamil Nadu. So it's definitely not the BJP that is opposing the press freedom. It is definitely the non-BJP states that is doing it. Also, all these people who complain about this lack of freedom of press, they are in bed with Congress. They are in alliance with the Congress, which is the worst case that has occurred to Indian press freedom. That is 1977. And people who were allegedly beaten up by them are now close friends with them. Okay, so the so-called Mr. Stalin is close friends with them. So I don't think for a second that it has got to do anything with the BJP, but it has got everything to do with the non-BJP. And talking about narratives, I think every time they tried a narrative with Modi ji, they have failed. They called him Panauti, they failed. They called him Maut Ka Saudagar, they failed. They called him Chaukidar Chor hai, they failed. So I urge the Congress and the Congress Karyakartas, especially our most vocal proponent, Shri Rahul Gandhi, to start such hashtags and to indulge in such narratives, because there cannot be a more able ambassador than him. So we wish him best of luck for that, and I hope it makes our work easier. Being the Vice President of BJP IT cell, we have to thank these two personalities, and if I get to meet them in person, I'll certainly do that. One is Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, another is Udayanidhi Stalin. You make a... So we want more from you, and we are waiting.
So yeah, we've come towards the close. So this question is to Pradeep. We have heard this several times, but we want to hear it again. Will it be 400 par this time? How will Tamil Nadu fare? Annamalai's impact?
See, I will not reveal the numbers because we're still going ahead with it, but what I can tell you that before coming to Chennai, I was in Odisha, and I was in this district called as Ganjam, which is considered to be the stronghold of Naveen Patnaik. He comes from that home district. I was shocked to see that I am seeing a swell for Prime Minister Narendra Modi even in the home district of Naveen Patnaik. Now, what I can tell you for sure, and this is not out of just my political conviction, but this is after looking at the data which is coming in the last 1 week repeatedly, and somewhere around first week of March is when it will stabilize, that what I am seeing from the data is that Narendra Modi in 2020-24 has very, very high probability to come with an even bigger mandate than 2019, even bigger mandate than 2014. It is very simple. There are 11 states in this country where Prime Minister Narendra Modi's graph can increase, 18 states where the graph can repeat as what it was in 2019. There is not a single state, if I can tell you from the audience, where there is a huge depreciation which is taking place, but there are many states where there is an appreciation taking place. Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana. Bengal is still at a state of flux, so I will not comment. These are 3 states. Maharashtra, Bihar is repeating what it is in 2019. And at the same time, Congress is weaker than what it was in 2019. So do not be surprised if the Congress party struggles to touch the 40-seat mark, because 50% of the seats of the Congress were from 2 states where it is weaker. It is weaker in Bastar, it is weaker in Jharkhand, it is weaker in Rai Bareli. So this election in 2024 has to be watched, because this is the mother of all elections. Because if the Congress does not touch even a 40-45 seats mark, you might see a split in the Congress party, because the brothers lobby does not like the sisters lobby does not like the brothers lobby. Both are failed products. Priyanka was launched in UP 2022. Out of 403 seats, Congress lost 401 seats. Rahul has been launched 52 times, I think, more than anybody could be launched, and 52 times he's failed. So you have to see what nobody could have imagined after independence might take place in 2024, whereas that if the Congress is less than 45-40, a split in the Congress can take place.
After 9 years of experience, we have started calling Pradeep as veteran. After 20 years of launching, he is still coming to an age. I don't know the case with Udayanidhi, but as far as Rahul Gandhi, this is true.
That answers who controls the funding of those newspapers and press.
You have something to say as a BJP member yourself?
No, see.
No, he is essentially a media person who happens to be in BJP. A social media activist who is in BJP.
Very true, sir. Very true, sir. So a lot of people keep asking me. The first question they ask is, okay, you have crowds. Initially, they used to be like, there won't be much of a turn up for Annamalai's Padayatra. And then it was like, okay, you're paying them for this. And then they were like, okay, it's organic, but will it be for all the 234 constituencies? And then when we are going to end the Padayatra, there's a swell on the ground. Yeah, will it translate to vote? So all I tell them is wait and watch. Because there is a combined anti-incumbency for these Dravidian parties ever since there has been electoral politics post-1947. So there is a combined anti-incumbency for them. But the biggest problem is there was no one single personality or party they could entrust their vote with. And now that we have got the full backing of the central command and an able leader who can deliver his promises, people are waiting for it. And we've done enough damage already. We released files and most of them are jittery already. We've sent 2 people to jail. One is there. He pissed in his pants literally, and I'm sorry for that, but the other person is waiting to go to jail, and Monday there is a verdict coming up about ex-minister, and there is a line of verdicts to come. So we've done enough damage even before we are in power. And we've set the ball rolling. The biggest difference is now we are not in the defensive. We don't answer them. You can say what you want to, and we are leading the narrative game from front. So I'm telling you, it is definitely going to be a number that is going to shock everybody, literally everybody. And of course, on the day of the verdict, we will talk more about it, because I am not supposed to talk numbers. He's a cephalogist. He can talk numbers. I don't want to sound brutish or audacious and be called by the party high command to shut up. So I cherish my freedom of expression as of now. So I am telling you, we are going to put up a very brilliant show, and it is going to be historic.
What is power of narratives? You know, many people say, oh, BJP is not a party of South. You know, from 1967, Congress has not formed a single majority government in Tamil Nadu. From 1985, Congress has not formed a single majority government either in Uttar Pradesh or Bihar. There are many such states where Congress is almost non-existence from 1995, that is state like Gujarat, where, you know, they're barring last election, they are not even in contest. But nobody says that Congress is not the party of Tamil Nadu. In last assembly election, Congress has got 2.3% vote share in Uttar Pradesh. Assembly election. Has ever any media asked whether Congress is a party of Uttar Pradesh or not? So we need to rephrase our questions now, and on the basis of connect on the ground and the right voting percentage, we have to ask who is the national party and who is the regional party.
No, you know, just to add Prafulji's thing on the South versus North narrative, it's the most bogus narrative. There are 5 southern states, if I'm not wrong. Karnataka, the Bharatiya Janata Party last time won majority seats. Today or this time also the BJP-JDS alliance, as of right now, is in a situation to sweep Karnataka. So state number 1. State number 2, Telangana, the BJP is getting more votes than what it got in 2019. So again, it is in much stronger position than 2019. State number 2. Andhra is a state which neither accepts the BJP or the Congress. So it's not a state where the Congress is accepted. It is Congress is in oblivion in Andhra Pradesh. Kerala is where the communists in the Congress fight. So I can give it, yes, there is a situation because there is a tacit understanding. Absolutely, with the alliance with the Muslim League for sure, and it is because of the pocket veto which is happening. So now the state of Tamil Nadu, that is also a state which is seeing the BJP rising as a party. So out of 5 states, 3 states are seeing a rise which is taking place. So I do not understand how do people give this bogus narrative which does not work on the ground. And out of 5 states, 1 party is rising and strong, and 1 state, neither of the 2 parties rising. So how is South voting for the Congress? It is factually wrong. It's actually factually wrong. I would have bought that narrative in 2014 or early 2014. But genuinely by facts, South is voting more for the BJP than what it had in 2014 and 19, and numbers tell this.
So thank you so much. Inferring from Pradeep's words, we don't know whether it will be 400 par, but aayega to Modi hi. So thank you so much, organizers. Thank you, panelists, for being very kind with a first timer like me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Part and parcel of our life, and we we adore him. And now it is to Pradeep. I request Mr. Falivedia to honor Karthik Gopinath. Karthik Gopinath, Tamil Nadu Bharatiya Janata Party State Vice President, Social Media Cell. Ms. Hridiya, please come to the center of the dais. Please come forward. Ms. Hridaya Ramani, journalist from the Commune. Thank you, panelists, for this wonderful session on the media narratives in this modern India. Thank you. And before we go for a tea break, we have a book launch here. May I request the guests to please remain on the dais, and I request Ms. Shefali Vaidya to join us, Dr. Rajkumar to join us, the VCs to join us. May I also request Sri M.K. Narayan and Dr. H.V. Hande to join us on the dais. There are 2 books here. We're going to see the launch of 2 books. Ms. Amni, please join us on the dais. The speakers, the morning session, if you're here in the hall, please come and join us on the dais. So there are 2 books here. The book titled Babur, The Chessboard King by Abbas. Ladies and gentlemen, please cheer us Abbas for the book Babur, The Chessboard King. And the other book titled The 7-Word Mantras by Dr. J.S. Rajkumar. The team Chennai Lit Fest congratulates the author and wish them a grand success. Seven-Word Mantras by Dr. J.S. Rajkumar. May I help you? Ladies and gentlemen, to the authors Abbas and Dr. J.S. Rajkumar for their books, respectively Babur and the 7-Word Mantras. Thank you, dignitaries.
He was MGR's right hand, and he was a health minister, and he was one of... Sir, I would like to request Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, sir, we're searching for you. Mr. Lakshmi Narayan also to come up. I need to say something about these 3 gentlemen whom I've requested to come on. Mr. M.K. Narayan, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan. Kada, can you just help Uncle, sir?
We can actually have a separate book release with them in our...
No, because this gentleman, sir, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan is the only, to my knowledge, only IAS officer who gave up all his savings completely, and gave it to make a Ram Charitra Manas, which is sitting with Ram Lalla in the mandir. That is the greatness of Mr. Lakshmi Narayan. Dr. Hande was the first man to break the back of Congress in 1967. He will probably tell you about it. So I just wanted to have all of them here. And Mr. M.K. Narayan is more like a father figure to me, a person who had to go through the drudgery of reading every book that I wrote and releasing them too.
Thank you. Congratulations to the authors. Audience, quick tea break. Please be back in 5 minutes for the next session. And when you are back, there are quite a good number of instructions because followed by... There is a session. We'll be here in 5 minutes.
I have my copy. I will give it back to them.
Maybe they won't go and come back. That's what I was told. share his thoughts with us. I request Dr. Rajkumar to share his thoughts with us.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I know many people have come from Trichy and Dindigul and so many other places. I want to thank all the people who have come from very, very far off just for me. You must give yourselves a big round of applause. I also want to start by thanking the three great people who have released the book, Mr. M.K. Narayanan, Dr. Hande and Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan. All the books I have done have always been released and accepted by people whom I respect very, very high. And all three of them really I respect very much. Dr. Hande, senior most politician in BJP, pet of MGR, a man who is a health minister. He's still at 97. He is still writing, he is still reading. He can take part in a political debate. I gave the book to him, the manuscript, 3 or 4 days ago. Within 24 hours, he has read the whole book and he is discussing the book with me today. So that kind of raised a sharp brain. Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan is here. These are the Sandor Nusolwanga. Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, whom, as I already told you, donated his entire life savings for Ram Lalla Mandir, who's also been like a great friend, philosopher and guide to us. Sir, thank you. He's flown up all the way from Delhi. Pondicherry, Dindigul, Tiruchi, Madurai. Thank you all. Sir, on the Delhi. So very quickly, why did I write this? To join the south and the north, one of the best ways is the language. And one of the best ways to do it in Tamil is Tirukkural. Even the greatest enemy will not say Tirukkural is bad. If for everybody, whatever their other interest, Tirukkural is good. And that is why, in an astute, very astute step, our Prime Minister. Okay, no problem. Our Prime Minister Modi, in a supreme act of diplomacy, used the Tirukkurals, and they're just getting the chairs ready for governor. That's the political when the seat அதாவது திருவள்ளுவர் நம்ம தமிழுக்கு தான் இருக்காரு திருவள்ளுவர்னு சொன்னாங்க, அதை ஒத்துக்கிறேன். Until 1950-1951, I want to make a political statement at the Chennai Literary Festival. The திருவள்ளுவர் உருவம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அது பாவம் அவருக்கு புடுவல் இருக்கும், அவர் வந்து ருத்ராட்சம் இருக்கும், அவருக்கு அப்புறம் திருநீர் இருக்கும். ஒரு 5-10 வருஷத்துக்கு அப்புறம் திருநீரை தூக்கிட்டாங்க. இன்னும் ஒரு 5-10 வருஷத்துக்கு அப்புறம் ருத்ராட்சத்தை எடுத்துட்டாங்க. இப்போ வந்து அவருக்கு பூணலும் இல்லை, ஒண்ணுமே இல்லை. He has been, what they say, very unfair. He has been de-threaded, he has been de-hashed, and if you ask me, he has been defiled, in short. Now, personally, though I don't wear a secret thread, I believe that it's a liberty of every man, it's a right, and we should fight to the death to allow somebody to wear what is his own. It may be a toppi, it may be a dadi, it may be a sacred thread. Okay? So I believe, somebody was talking earlier, when good people are silent, when good people are silent, bad things happen, and we should never allow this to happen. Now I want to say something else, very interesting, 2 or 3 things about Tirukkural. சீக்கிரமா சொல்லிடுறேன். தமிழ் கடவுள் வள்ளுவன் சில பேர் சொல்லுவாங்க. Very interestingly, Tamil என்கிற சொல்லே, in the 14,000 words of the Tirukkural, the word Tamil doesn't appear. Just interesting. அதே போல the word கடவுள், நம்ம கடவுள் வார்த்தைன்னு சொல்றோம், but the word கடவுள் அதுல இல்லவே இல்லை. But of course, we all know from many of his couplets வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா திருக்குறள், குறள்னாவே ஒரு சின்ன 2 அல்லது 3 லைன் poem. திருன்னா of course சிறந்தது or auspicious. So auspicious couplet is திருக்குறள். Now he is broadly divided into Arathapal and Kamathapal and Nadula Porutpal. So what I have done here in this book, 7 word mantras, I have just taken 10 Tirukkurals, 100 pages. These 10 Tirukkurals are all used by Modi ji. இப்போ எங்க அம்மா வந்திருக்காங்க, எங்க அம்மா அக்கா இருக்காங்க, அம்மா எல்லாம் ஒன்று சொல்ல பண்ண மாட்டேன். மோடிஜி வந்து பாரிஸ்க்கு போறாரு. He goes to Paris and he talks to the French people and he says, I will tell you a good Tirukkural, and he says, ஈன்ற பொழுதில் பெரிதுவக்கும் தன் மகனை சான்றோன் என கேட்ட தாய்னு சொல்றாரு மோடிஜி. He also gave respect to his mother, and indirectly I would also like to give respect to my mother who's here at this time. Not only that, இது வரைக்கும் the first Prime Minister of independent India who installed Tiruvallur's, making arrangement to install Tiruvallur statues already in 40+ countries. He's planning for 100 countries. Thiruvalluvar statues, Thiruvalluvar Moolagangal Pandara, so many things he's doing for Tamil. But what do we say? We all get together and say, "Anga Hindi karanga." Ilana Hindi terumana, ek gram mein ek kisa ragutata monamba. So I think we have to understand that south and north were bridge mari Tirukural. One last thing that when I read the Tirukurals and I went through it, I found that Aram has got no other. I speak quite a few other languages. Aram does not have an equivalent in any other language except in Sanskrit. Dharmam, the Aram Dharmam. Porulpal is the same as Artha Shastra. Kautilya, Chanakya, Artha Shastra, how to make wealth, how to manage your servants, how to manage your students.
Yep. The governor has reached the hotel and he is now coming towards the hall. May we request the members of the audience to raise for the Governor of Tamil Nadu, the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, here in our hall. I request Sri Praful Ketkar and Sri Bharat Gopu to accompany the Governor on the dais. May I request Srimati Pavitra Srinivasan to render the Tamil Thai Vartha and the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा चल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे നീരാറും കടലൊടുത്ത നിലമടന്റെ തെളിലോകും ക്ഷീരാറും വദനമെന തികൾ ഭരത കണ്ടുമിതിൽ തെക്കനും അതിർഷിരന്ത ദ്രാവിഡനിൽ തിരുനാടും തക്ക ശിരപ്പിനുമുതലും തരിതനറും തിലകമുമേ അത്തിലക വാസனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறந்து வந்து செயல் மறந்து
We are very happy to welcome the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu to India Analytics 4th edition of Chennai LitFest. May I request Bharat Gopu, the founder of Indoi Samudaya Foundation, to deliver his welcome address.
Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Shri R. N. Ravi, esteemed guests, authors, and literature enthusiasts, welcome. It is my profound honor and privilege to stand before you today to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guests, Honorable Governor Shri R. N. Ravi, for gracing the Chennai Literature Festival 4th edition with his esteemed presence. Your participation, sir, not only elevates this event but also underscores the importance of literature and cultural heritage in Indian society. Governor Ravi's presence today is a testament to his unwavering support for the arts, literature, education, and constitutional rights in Tamil Nadu. It is a reflection of his dedication to fostering an environment where literary creativity and cultural exchange can flourish. By joining us, he has shown his commitment for nurturing the intellectual and cultural fabric of our community. We are deeply honored by your presence, sir, and your willingness to take time from your demanding schedule to be with us. Your engagement with the authors, thinkers, poets, and enthusiasts here today will send a powerful message about the role of literature in advancing knowledge, empathy, and understanding across diverse communities. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend our sincere thanks to Governor Ravi for his invaluable support and encouragement. Your presence has not only enhanced the prestige of this festival, but has also inspired us all to do better in the coming years and further appreciate and delve into the rich tapestry of Tamil Nadu's literary heritage. As we continue to celebrate the power of words and idea at this festival, let us all carry forward the inspiration we draw from leaders like Governor Ravi. Let us commit to fostering a vibrant literary culture that bridges divides, enriches lives, and elevates our collective spirit. Once again, thank you, Honorable Governor Shri R. N. Ravi, for your gracious presence and support. We are profoundly grateful for the honor of your participation and look forward to your continued patronage of the arts and literature in Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir.
I request Shri Bharat Gopu and Shri Praful Ketkar to honor the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir. We've had a very wonderful day from the morning until now. We had a lot of sessions sharing with us great information on Akhand Bharat, the concept of Akhand Bharat from literature, from Mahabharata and from Ramayana, and sharing with us the stories and insights from Mahabharata and Ramayana. We also happened to listen to the war stories from the reporter who has reported from the war field and two veterans from the army. And it has been a wonderful day. And now we look forward to listening to you, sir. May we request the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu to address the gathering.
திரு
Bharat Gopu, Thiru Praful Kelkar, distinguished thought leaders, writers, painters, masters and patrons of other forms of art, all the distinguished invitees at this lit festival. Jai Shri Ram to all of you. I'm very happy that this Indoi Samudaya has started this Chennai Lit Festival, and I believe this is the 4th edition. But it has already established its reputation. It is leaving its marks on the literary and artistic consciousness of our people. This time is very precious, very unique for our country. It's a beginning of a new age, new yuga, as we know, when Bharat has forsaken its old an identity which has been created through a millennia of subjugation and colonization, and it is rediscovering itself with pride in its heritage in the past, taking inspiration from our ancient wisdom, eternal Adhyatma, and is moving forward to play its role, which is the destiny of our country, Bharat. And the destiny is to rise and rise for the good of the world. I was told that the theme of this literary festival is cultural renaissance, and this Viksit Bharat, developed Bharat. A commitment that we have given to ourselves that in the next less than a quarter of a century, by the time our country, we all celebrate centenary of our independence, Bharat will be what it is destined to be, the leader of the world for the good of the world. This new journey is certainly, we know it is not going to be an easy and a smooth journey. We have to confront and overcome many challenges which have been before us, with us for all these years. Shaking them off will be a challenge, which I am sure which we will do it. The country, we know it is today, it is at the cusp of a transformation. revolutionary transformation. A country which was at the margin of world consciousness, it is at the center of it today. Till about a decade ago, our country was known to be a populous country, but that's all. When we tried to speak, there were not many listeners. And today, when Bharat speaks, the world listens and listens with attention. In every field, in the field of economy, we know, from 11th, we have come to the 5th largest and poised soon to be the 3rd. In the field of science and technology, we are among the top 3 in the world. When it comes to the digital public infrastructure, perhaps we are the best, and the world looks at us with envy at this miracle that a country, such a large and populous country with so much of a problem, how could it take on the digital revolution that it has reached the remotest corner of the country in remote villages. And today we have the distinction of a country with the largest digital per day transaction happening. It is happening in this. Till about a decade ago, scholars, experts, economists across the world used to say, whenever they talked about India and talked about India only marginally, as a problem. India as a problem. They always looked upon this country with a patronizing attitude, at times with a sense of pity. We know people believe that India would never be an economic power. India would never be a power to reckon with. I am tempted rather to quote Lee Kuan Yew, the great man who built Singapore, who turned a fishing hamlet into the world top-class city-state. A great visionary, a strategist. He had something to say about India. When we became independent, the whole of Asia and in fact whole of Africa, the country which were getting decolonized, they looked at India with a lot of expectation. How India would carve its way into the future, that would shape and influence the other countries as well. But when India did not, it started stuttering rather than marching forward. It started drifting rather than having a sense of direction and destiny. Then increasingly the world started losing its interest. And Lee Kuan Yew, who was a keen observer of India, who became Singapore Prime Minister by about 58 or so, he came and met. It was the time, emergency time. And he thought that here is a Prime Minister who could change India, who can transform India. He came and met the Prime Minister, said, Madam Prime Minister, you are bold. You have the courage to impose emergency on such a large and diverse country. You can take bold decisions. You are spending 1 rupee while you are earning 25 paise. It is not sustainable. You start spending before you earn. India will not grow like this. You must take bold policy decisions. And then what he said, he was told, was, no, Mr. Prime Minister, this is how India will be run. And then he said, if a bold leader like such a strong Prime Minister, could not take a bold decision. She was not bold enough to take a correct decision for this country. India will never be an economic power. And the world started looking at India's growth story with a pessimistic outlook. And some of the economists started calling it India will grow at the Hindu rate of growth. Hindu rate of growth became a term, a very disparaging, disrespectful. Now, today India is the fastest growing economy in the world. So, we are. A new India is emerging, new Bharat is emerging on the world scale, on the world stage. Now this Bharat cannot just grow materially, cannot just grow militarily. It has to grow the way it should grow, the way that defines this country, Bharat. And Bharat, we know, is the civilizational evolution. It doesn't fit into the European or Western definition of a political state, because at no point of time there was a ruler who ruled over the whole country. Because Bharat was not built by ruler. All this I am telling in a literary festival primarily, because we must be conscious of it. We must be conscious of, because men and women of literature has a great responsibility. This Rashtra, it doesn't fit into the definition of nation as well. Those terms do not define. This Rashtra was built by our ancient great people of wisdom, our rishis. And that is why in our Veda says, Bhadram Ikshant Rishaya Swaveda Tapo Diksham Upanisheduragra Tato Rashtram Balamo Jasyajata. It is those rishis with Atmagyan. And what is Atmagyan? That we are all one. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole creation is a family. This revolutionary revelation happened several thousand years ago. And this is our heritage. And when Prime Minister of India puts Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam as a motto of G20, it is basically transmitting this, spreading this light to the rest of the world, that this is what we believe in. It is not a political slogan. So when such a Rashtra has emerged, and it has been eclipsed subsequently for about a millennia, it is re-emerging. It has to re-emerge with her values. And those values which have been pushed into the background for long, with the European Western thinking, with the European way of education, European value systems. Which are just antithetical to what we are. These have to be now reclaimed, re-energized, and spread to the world. Swami Vivekananda had a dream. He wanted a Bharat whose muscles are of iron, whose sinews are of steel, but whose heart and mind are compassionate Vedantic. Sri Aurobindo had a dream. On 15th of August 1947, he jotted his dream, and he said, the moment has come for Bharat now to spread the light. spread the light to the rest of the world and save the world. Because the world has been facing existential conflicts, threats. And we have seen it. How people have been so selfish, how they have been so driven by mercantile interest, that even during COVID, when the whole entire humanity was affected, the advanced countries, when they developed the vaccines, how they looked at it as an opportunity to make more money, how they started hoarding those vaccines, more than their requirement, leaving the people, unfortunate one, the less fortunate one behind. It was at this point, it was Bharat, which thanks to our scientists, when we made the vaccine, we shared with 150 countries in the world. This is in the DNA of Bharat. Now, when this Bharat is emerging on the world scale, on the world stage, our people, our thought leaders, our writers, artists, painters, dancers, masters of our classical dance, they are all our heritage. They have a great responsibility. They have to be conscious of this fact that now, at this point of time, we have embarked on that phase of our history, the future history, where we cannot go the way we did in the past. Every day has to be a day of consciousness. What we are doing for making this country, making Bharat a great nation. And the challenge, one of the challenges that we have before us is the challenges which have been created largely during the colonial period and subsequent colonial outlook that pervaded our thinking, our academia, our administration, our governance, is division, division, division. We have divides here and there everywhere. We have created division along languages. We have created division along regions. We have created division along so-called races. Our country has been going through a kind of a social fission, and now the latest is about so-called, talking about caste. And these have been multiplying. The number of castes have multiplied manifold. New castes have been coming. New tribes have been coming. There is no end to it. And if it continues, it's like a scales of a fish. If you keep removing the scales, each scale has its own identity, you can say so. But then in the process, the fish is lost. We cannot let that happen. All those forces, all those people, those who have tried to divide, and those who have flourished on dividing, they have to be defeated. Those forces have to be defeated. And when it comes to our cultural renaissance, this place, this land, Tamil Nadu, has been the spring well of Bharatiya culture. Be it great rishis, great siddhas, great kings, great rulers, since time immemorial, they were born on this holy, auspicious, holy soil. Our country, our Bharat, we know it has two sides, or you can call it two ends. Here is ocean, here is Himalaya. And these are the two sources from where the light emanates and illuminates the whole country. Eventually it is to illuminate the whole world. This place, which has been the fountainhead of our culture, our adhyatma, which has shaped the idea and identity of Bharat, this has undergone certain phases of confusion. In the last about 100 years, it has gone a little adrift, where some people have been trying to deny our past and create a new identity. Identity which is the antithesis of what Bharat is. And an identity which is undoing of Bharat. Now how can? Now I was felicitated with two very beautiful gifts. One, Sri Rama's Pattabhisekam and his Paduka, and other ones is Ramlala. This place has been the karma bhumi of Sri Rama. Every place, every inch of this land has a story to tell about Sri Rama. And when we go to the ancient Tamil literature of Sangam period, see the stories. I am just a beginner. I'm just trying to learn something about the Sangam history, Sangam literature, and the ancient Tamil literature. But whatever I have seen is amazing. When going through Silpadikaram, you see the references of Sri Rama. At one point, when Kanaki and Kolan, when they are leaving Pumpuhar, they have left Pumpuhar, the seat of Pandyan king, the port city. The people were very sad. And there, the poet says, it's like Ayodhya, which was sad after Sri Ram and Mata Sita has left. Ayodhya, people of Ayodhya were so sad. Look at this presence of Sri Ram and Sri Ram's story. Numerous places, not once. Manimekalai mentions about how this Vanar Sena is building this Setu. Purnanuru, it mentions about when actually the poet who composed Purnanuru was gifted precious jewelry by the king, and those jewelries were taken away by his relatives and others, and they were wearing. And then the poet writes, these jewelries on those people looking like the same way when Ravan was taking Mata Sita and Sita has dropped jewelries and monkeys were wearing those jewelries. Look at the presence of Sri Rama's story here in our all ancient literature. Agnanuru, another Sangam literature book, it says, at the seashore, Sri Rama, when he was reciting Veda mantra, bird and bees were stand still to listen to his Vedic chanting. Sri Ram is everywhere. How can we deny? If we deny Sri Ram, we deny Bharat. We deny everything. There is nothing left. It's time for us to be proud of our heritage. And it's not difficult, because all those who have tried to deny it are like, this a smoke screen. There is no solid foundation, there is no solid argument. There is no basis for it. And when we have something like a smoke screen or a dust, it can be blown off it can be dusted off. You know, Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, of course he talks about Atman. He says, Dhume na vriyato vahni, dhume na vriyate vahni, yatha darso malena cha, yatha ulben avrito garbah tatha tenedam avritam. Like fire is covered by smoke, like mirror is covered with dust, fetus is covered with orb. Remove this. Remove the smoke, fire emerges. Dust off the dust, mirror is there, bright. The life comes out of the orb. Life is, there is a life. This smoke screen and dust which has been created in last about a century, it has no strength, it has no basis. It can be easily blown off, and their time has come to blow. And when we're talking about Viksit Bharat, is nothing but Ramarajya, nothing else. Viksit Bharat is nothing else but Ramarajya. In fact, this was the thinking, the dream of our founding fathers of Constitution. That is why one of the first paintings in our Constitution is of Sri Rama Pattabhisekam. It was there in the original Constitution. Unfortunately, this has been removed. Because they wanted, there is no discrimination. For Ramarajya, in Ramarajya, social justice is a way of life, is not a political slogan. And you cannot achieve social justice by political slogan or by politics alone. There has to be a social transformation. And it has to be, and for us, all the more so, deriving inspiration from our legends, our proud heritage. So, men and women of literature, and this place, Chennai, has been a seat of great writers, great thinkers, great artists, great classical dancers, great philosophers. All these people, you are like Margdarshak, you are like the one who saw the way. Society looks at you with a lot of expectation. At this point of time, you have a responsibility to show the way. Because later, the future will certainly ask a question, because after all, literature is the mirror of society. It reflects the aspirations, anxieties, the angst of people, who the people are, what kind of situations they were going through, they have gone through. Since it is a mirror of the society, and since society is under transformation, society is in a ferment, you have to catch the vibrations, the ferment. And you have to document it, you have to express it, you have to make it easier. You have to give words to the feeling of millions and millions of our people, our young people. Those who are looking with a lot of expectation and hope to build this country a great country. They are expecting a big change, a transformation. Their thought, their angst, anxieties, and aspirations, you have to give words. Because if you not, 50 years, 100 years down the line, when somebody will read literature of this age, they will say, when the whole transformation was happening, what was happening here? What kind of literature, who all were there who sincerely were reflecting the spirit of the age? We have a great responsibility. We owe it to our future, to our posterity, that we do justice to the present, the today. And I'm sure our people are capable, they are sensitive, and you are the strength of the country. I have been told since morning this festival, several productive deliberations have happened, and it will go on for one more day tomorrow. I wish the remaining part of this festival all the very best. I also wish, and I'm sure, that the participants will go out energized, motivated, and with a sense of commitment to create that literature, to create the art which reflects the spirit of new emerging Bharat. Thank you very much for listening to me. Stay safe. Thank you. Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful insight into the Tamil literature and for referring to Silappatikaram, wherein Thadai Yevalin, Madudan Kadu Kadal Pohi, Kadali Ninga Kadumpuyar Urandu, Veda Mudalvan Payandon, which means, as per the words of the father, you left the city along with your love for life and you reached the forest only to suffer. And who is that? Veda Mudalvan means the one who is praised by all Vedas. And that is the person, and the way we suffered, that is how now Puhar is suffering. Not only that, in Silappatikaram, there is one more reference that says, Tambiyoda Kanpuhunda Sevakan Sir Kelada Seviyanna Seviye. The one who left to the forest along with his brother and wife, those ears that does not sing the praise and listen to the praise of those Sri Rama is not an ear at all, is what Silappatikaram says. And thank you for referring to Silappatikaram, Purananundu and Manimekale, all the references, and telling us about the glory of this land and the literature connect to it. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Srimati Pavitra Srinivasan to render the national anthem. I'm sorry, Shri Praful Ketkar. Shri Praful Ketkar will deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, His Excellency Thiru R.N. Raviji, founder of Hindoi Samudaya, Bharat Gopuji, and esteemed audience of Chennai Lit Fest, you would agree that the morning address by Shri J. Nandakumar on the idea of Akhanda Bharat, going through the academic narrative of Ek Bharat, Shreshta Bharat by two Vice Chancellors, JNU Vice Chancellor and SNDT Vice Chancellor, then war stories by authors like Shiv and Major Jolly, conversation with filmmaker like Vivek Agnihotri, Ami and Amit, who talked about rewriting history and fiction, their experience of telling the original stories of Bharat, and of course the session on media narratives. Perhaps this is the perfect landing. We were politically very conscious, so we said cultural renaissance, but Raviji is experienced enough, so he knows the cultural renaissance of Bharat ultimately leads to Ramarajya. So we are really thankful and grateful, Honorable Governor, that you spared your time. I know last year when we went to, on the third edition dedicated to Bhartiyar, we came to know already in Tamil, all universities, he has started the programs with his initiative dedicated to Bhartiyar. He is perhaps one of the, governors who has deep commitment to the cultural unity and integrity of Bharat. And we could see in his address today. I'm sure, sir, it will inspire us to continue with the discussion tomorrow, where Honorable Governor of Kerala will be there, and we will be felicitating Prasaranji in the morning, and then we have a day-long deliberation. And also, it will give us food for thought to take this Chennai Lit Fest forward, and future generation and future edition come up more confidently to spread the message of real Bharat. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you to all the audience for patient hearing since 8:45 in the morning. Most of them are sitting here, so really grateful. And thank you to entire team of Indoy Samudaya for organizing this. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now request Mrs. Pavitra Srinivasan to render the national anthem. Request the members of the audience to raise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभाशिष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Request the audience to remain seated while the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu leaves the hall.
Sir.